1.3 billion naira network provider grossed in first quarter of 2020. Reports say banks borrowing from the Central Bank of Nigeria rose by 174% to 2.48 trillion naira from 904.6 billion naira in March. The bank's deposits with CBN also declined significantly. They have deposit their idle cash in the Apex Bank Standing Deposit Facility. The increased borrowing from CBN by banks was driven by the intense liquidity squeeze that prevailed in the interbank money market in April. The scarcity of funds was caused by huge outflows compared to inflows into the market during the month. On the foreign scene, the ravaging COVID-19 pandemic in India has hit the country's physical gold market, with dealers selling at discounts for the first time in 2021. This week, dealers are selling at a $2 discount per ounce, including the 10.75% import duty alongside and 3% sales levies. As the country continues to record high COVID-19 cases, different states have imposed strict lockdown measures, with most stores remaining closed, a move that will potentially impact the metal's overall demand. Meanwhile, the World Gold Council is already projecting a slump in the country's gold consumption by the end of quarter 2 in 2021. During quarter 1 2021, demand for gold surged 37% to 140 tons, catalyzed by high consumer demand and competitive prices for precious metals. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget to take responsibility, wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Wisdom Obina. Thank you for listening.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1
Today's
FM.
news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am. They go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. Mona wake me. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
Una don't hear am, abi? You hear am too, abi? You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give una. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibilities. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Five, four, three, two.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
All right, 12 minutes gone past the hour of 1, and you're tuned into your premium talk, news and sports station Today 95.1 FM on this very beautiful, cold Monday afternoon. It's the program Today's Tech Show, where we get to talk about everything as regards you and your tech life, how you can make and optimize it properly, that it can be beneficial to you. You know, when something is not known, when something does not know when you don't know the use of something, abuse is inevitable. So we're going to be delving into different angles of tech, and we're going to be addressing one of the primary issues why tech seems to be a very big problem in Nigeria and how we can mitigate this particular issue. It's going to be a very wonderful conversation. I'll need you to call in, text in any way you can reach us right here in the studio, 0817 0000951. or 0810-951-0951, or you can send your text messages and your WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. You can also go on our Twitter handle, Today FM 951, and drop your comment. Also drop your questions. We'll be there to respond to you and give you a feedback as soon as possible. My name is Dave Roberts, and together on the show today with me, we have two very wonderful gentlemen who will be expanding, the conversation and dissecting and giving you details of what we'll be deliberating on today. Keep the dialogue. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Stay tuned.
This one.
1FM? Such a unique dial.
Fire incidents have become a regular occurrence, with thousands of lives and millions of properties lost every year in this country. Hardly a day passes without news of a fire outbreak in some part of the country, causing fear and panic among the people. Needless to say, we need to remind ourselves of the possibility of an outbreak at any time. This is what is likely to prevent us from being taken by surprise. Always put off appliances when not in use. Do not overload electrical sockets. Fuel your generator before, not when in use. Avoid fixing electrical faults personally when you apparently do not have the skill. Keep the candle on a candle stand.
It takes only a minute for a fire to get out of hand. In case of a fire outbreak, please call the fire service hotline 070-315-221-99. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio station, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Welcome. It's still your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. And like I said before we went on that very short break, I have two wonderful gentlemen
who would introduce themselves? Already, Mike is not a guest, so I would spare him the introduction. But I have someone who is going to be our resource person today, and is in the building. His name is Mr. Charles Abia. Good afternoon, Mr. Charles.
Hello, good afternoon, Dave, and good afternoon, Port Harcourt. It's good to be here today.
All right. Mr. Charles can be termed to be a power consultant. He's also a solar expert, and it's a very wonderful thing that is in our midst today because this conversation has to do with everything as regards your industry.
Oh, well, actually, let's see how it goes. But it's good to be here.
Yes, of course.
This afternoon, yes.
And we were saying something that you have, your tentacles spread across Nigeria.
Yes.
And you mitigate these power issues across Nigeria.
Yes.
It's a very wonderful thing.
With myself and a couple of people that I work with, we've had experiences in very many parts of the country offering solutions in power. Kano, Abuja, Lagos, Port Harcourt, Warri, Benin, Owerri, Enugu, Oyo State.
Wow.
So it's something that we've had quite some hands-on experience with. Talking about power solutions in Nigeria.
So I guess any day my phone is low, I could just come to your house and
charge your phone. Oh wow. Oh well, that's fine. That's okay. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. And our in-house analyst, the one and only Michael Wago. You're welcome.
Hey, good morning. Hey, good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon.
Port Harcourt.
You look very cold already.
Yeah, I am.
Do you need some power to warm you up?
Yeah, exactly. I need some power from Mr. Charles to warm me up.
All right. So, in case you're wondering, what we are discussing, it is the primary issue of power in Nigeria and how solar can be a permanent solution to Nigeria's power issues and problems. The power crisis in Nigeria is something that I feel even the child who is born today might be able to relate to. I mean, years before this time, we talked about it. We saw different administrations with different promises. We're going to make sure that there is light for the masses, the people, the citizenry. And over time, we've seen these promises come to no avail. And the question is, when will we get it right? At what point can we consider ourselves to be there to some extent? And you're someone who has, not just seen, but experienced these things. You travel to some places outside Nigeria and you look at it and why can't we just achieve these things? The other day, I was trying to rest. Came back from work and I was trying to rest. And then my neighbor just, I was thinking, when will it be possible, for Nigeria to indulge themselves in certain activities, as opposed to other saner climes, where we can have steady electricity and power supply without getting into buying diesel or buying fuel or resorting to some other options for power supply. And that is what I want us to discuss on the program today. But before I get into that, or before I allow Mr. Charles Abia, I would like to just break down some statistics. Nigeria has been unable to provide its growing population with reliable power supply. Now, despite billions of dollars spent on energy sector, about 80% of the population still does not have access to the on-grid electricity. Now, Nigeria has the key long-term ambitions for the electricity sector, a capacity expansion target, namely 30 gigawatts of installed on-grid capacity by 2030. And I'm asking myself, is this vision possible? It's called the goal of universal electrification. So by 2030, we might be seeing what is that word again? Let there be light in Nigeria. Everywhere, and also the federal government is relying on solar homes to electrify populations not connected to the national electricity grid. So in case you miss out on this first one that is going to happen in 2030, probably we might see a solar installation. Well, let's still go ahead. However, it is only able to dispatch, as at this time, when we're having this conversation, Nigeria is able to dispatch only 4,000 megawatts of electricity, which is very insufficient for a country with over 206 million people. So I'm thinking how we can possibly share 4,000 megawatts into 206 million people for us to have this proper consumption. And we remember the transition that happened last year. It happened last year and it was effected in January this year, that the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC, moved from 30.23 naira for 1 kilowatt of unit of energy per hour to as much as 62.33 naira per kilowatt. And, you know, this is something that doesn't really encourage the average Nigerian. I'm talking about businesses that depend on electricity, families that depend on electricity, homes that depend on electricity. You're not providing, yet you're moving from this point to the other point, and we're not getting the benefit of what you're actually trying to do. So, looking at the needs of Nigerians at this time, is it possible that we might have a practical, not just by word of mouth at this time, we might have a practical solution from solar if the federal government is intentional about it? We would be able to see solar coming in to mitigate the power crisis in Nigeria. Is that possible? That's the first one I want to, put out there to you, Mr.
Yeah, sure. It's very much possible. I think the issue will be about the political will.
Okay.
If there is the political will, if there is, you talked about being intentional. If the people at the helm of affairs get intentional, I mean, even without solar, I mean, we can actually have a regular power supply for over 200 million Nigerians. There are lots and lots of countries around the world that have their generations and they're not even using solar and they have power.
Okay.
Why when we are discussing when we're talking about the subject of course that would be ironic for me to say yes, that without solar we can have a reliable power supply in Nigeria, but that is the truth. We don't necessarily have to use solar to have reliable power supply, but why the solar discourse becomes important is because we are in sub-Saharan Africa, and we have comparative advantage when it comes to solar power. In most parts of sub-Saharan Africa, you see that we have very hot temperatures. We're in the tropics, and at times, most of the times, the temperatures get as high as 35 degrees Celsius and above. So what it means is that we have comparative advantage as far as solar is concerned. So you use what you have, what God has given you to solve the problems that you have, just like oil. The United Arab Emirates, see what they've done with oil. I mean, they discovered oil in their place and they had to invest aggressively, and now they're making so much from tourism. So don't also forget that Nigeria, what we've been doing in the past 40 to 50 years has been earnings from oil. All of the talk about federal allocation accounts, all of the projects here has been earnings from oil. So you have to use what God has graciously given you. So when we are talking solar, we are talking solar because we are in Africa, we're in sub-Saharan Africa, and we have temperatures that are very high that we should actually trap and use it and provide power for ourselves. But must it be solar? No, the answer is it must not be solar. I mean, there are a lot of
alternatives.
A lot of alternatives. I mean, but there has to be political will. There has to be people telling themselves the truth. There has to be people looking at the issues dispassionately. I mean, ask yourself the question: why is it that you cannot have a company come from Germany, for instance, or China, for instance, and supply power and generate power in Nigeria and sell to whoever they want to sell to if they can afford it? You can't do it in Nigeria now. So that's the thing. If you open up the space, if the federal government opens up the space, then you probably will be able to afford your light.
Yes.
I mean, you understand? If you can't afford it, then you rely on the government grid, which is what we call the national grid. But they've not opened the space. So what happens now is that whatever you generate, you have to send to the government to transmit. So generation has been privatized, distribution has been privatized, but transmission has not been privatized. The government still transmits. Yes. So everything you do, you send it. So long as it's above, I think 20 megawatts now, you send. And of course, 20 megawatts is nothing really. But once it gets up to 20 megawatts, you have to send it to the national, to the transmission company of Nigeria, to TCN, before they now start sending to distribution companies. So what it means is that you cannot be in charge of the entire cycle. So once you open it up, and then companies can come in from any part of the world and be in charge of the entire cycle, of power production, distribution, transmission, and distribution, then automatically I will tell you that we will solve our power crisis
without the outsourcing for other means of power supply.
No, because some of the companies will be solar, for instance.
Okay.
You can have a company, for instance, come from any part of the world, and then they say, oh, we are going to do 100 megawatts with solar, and we are selling, for instance, 100 naira per kilowatt. If you can afford it, you pay. And I tell you, a lot of Nigerians are spending a lot more on power. So government should not... the thing is to open up the space. There's a lot of politics involved. I have been in power sector for more than 10 years now.
Wow.
And we've had these discussions in Abuja when it was Professor Chinedu Nebo was Minister for Power then. And then we had this discussion, we had these engagements, and then he gets to a level and then he tells you that he would need to get approval, he would need to speak, he would need to go to a Federal Executive Council meeting and all that. So you see that the space has not been completely opened. Yes, the space has, has also been progressively been opened. I mean, generation was in the hands of government at some point, but now you can see it's been privatized. Distribution was also in the hands of government through NEPA, and then eventually through Power Holding Company, but now it's also been privatized. But you see a lot of politics. You see that transmission. So why not just let it out? I have my theory, which you might term conspiracy theory, about why the government doesn't want to completely give this up. But I don't want to say it. I don't know. I don't know on which side of the divide that somebody listening might be. Because for Nigerians, everything is politics. But the question is, why can't we open up the system? Look at telecommunications.
I was about to come to that.
We opened up the system, and nobody is bothering about what NITEL is doing and what NITEL is not doing. See, open up the system. I'm not talking about some group of politicians coming together and raising a front to go and buy up a distribution company. There are what's the word now? There are eligible power companies in various parts of the world that can actually come in here and invest.
And they're willing.
They are willing, of course. This is the biggest market for generators, for instance, all over the world.
In terms of population and everything.
Yes, this is the biggest market for generators. Power generators. This is the biggest market. In the world. I mean, Nigeria is the biggest market. No other country in the world buys generators as much as we do in Nigeria. So this is a huge market. So do you think that people in China, there are loads and loads of power companies in China? Why do you think that Tesla will not come in here? Why don't? These people are looking for money, right? I tell you, apart from India, in terms of solar and inverter usage in the world, Nigeria is second. I'm not talking about production. I'm talking about usage, individual usage. Germany is doing 48,000 megawatts with solar, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about individuals buying. I'm not talking about government buying, because our government is not buying solar. Nigerian government is not buying. Whatever they're talking about is a joke compared to what we should be talking about. But that's not even the point. The point is that apart from India, because India also has power challenges, and there are over 1.2 billion people, so they need power. And they are the highest in terms of manufacturing of inverters and solar systems in the world. For individual home units. So apart from, after India, Nigeria comes second in usage. So there are more people using solar power, more individuals using solar power in Nigeria. So they look at generators. So what that tells you that there is a market. So why would a company there are loads and loads of power companies in Germany, in France, in most parts of Europe, in Asia, why are they not coming in here? In Malaysia, for instance, why are they not coming in here? The reason is that the space has not been thrown open. Throw open the space. That's what we're challenging the government to do. What is the thing? Talk to Nigerians. But again, we have a very relaxed citizenry. We have people not asking questions, and then we're looking at the symptoms more than looking at let's look at water, for instance. Time was that before we went to school in the morning, we needed to carry buckets on our head and go to some stream or some tap to go and fetch water, right?
Yes.
And we had to wait for the government water supply before we had water, or maybe go to a stream and or maybe a spring and then get water. But right now, if you want to rent any house here in Port Harcourt or anywhere in this country, most likely, for starters, you should be sure that there is borehole.
Yes.
You don't even need to ask questions, because if it is not there, then what is there?
Of course.
It's like it should be there.
Yes.
And then, so you see what has happened now, that nobody's looking up to the government again for water. And how many places do you have River State government supplying water here in Port Harcourt? I mean, it's not. Let's look at it. Everybody is doing boreholes now. So what we are saying is that, I mean, if you cannot do it, then allow the private sector to do it. The private sector can fix all of our problems, right? Of course, the government should do something. But if you think that you are overwhelmed, and that's what we're talking about, just to digress a bit with security also. If you think you're overwhelmed, seek for help. Seek for help. You can't do this. I mean, it was said that the 16 years of the PDP administration, of course, whether that was true or politics, I do not know. But they said that they spent $16 billion. I don't know if it was 16 years, $16 billion, maybe $1 billion for year for power. And then it's Buhari that asks, where is the power? Maybe by the time Buhari leaves, President Buhari leaves, and then we now ask him how much he has spent, and then we also ask him the same question, where is the power? You know, so but the monies, I mean, keep being spent, and then we're not seeing the power. Open up the space. But since we want to talk about solar, the truth is that we have comparative advantage when it comes to solar in Nigeria and in most parts of sub-Saharan Africa. So I wonder why we should not take advantage of it. We can set up solar farms and then do so much and then generate power. As a matter of fact, let me even tell you, for starters, we should not have street lights power with generators in Port Harcourt. It's an aberration. I mean, on what grounds? Why would you have to? People don't know that most of the street lights that you have running in Port Harcourt are running on generators.
Oh, okay.
So somebody is buying diesel. There are generators actually installed, and somebody has to
like a contracted business or something.
Of course. And some people will be sitting on it, and then you try to suggest a solution, they will almost kill you. So, but we have to tell ourselves the truth. I mean, if not for anything, for the sake of the next generation, for the sake of our children, we have to be, in your words, we have to be intentional. I like that. We have to be intentional. Why will you run street lights powered with generators in sub-Saharan Africa? Why? When you can have solar street lights that will be as bright or maybe brighter. Most of the street lights on Woji and most parts of GRA that are powered with generators are not even as bright as solar street lights. And then if you had solar street lights, you would not need to use diesel or use generator to power it. And it comes on its own once it's dark, once it gets dark, once it's 6:30 in the evening, it comes on its own, and in the morning it goes off. It's automatic switching. So why are you going to, in most local governments in Port Harcourt today, they are setting up street lights because now we have security issues and they have to set up street lights, and these are powered with generators, and you have to buy diesel for it. And some people are handling it as contractor. Why? You know, so we should not talk about that. Solar is something we can do a whole lot with. A whole lot. We have a project that we did in our organization some time ago, which was it was called the Solar Blood Bank.
Okay.
You know, so what happens with that was that there was a certain minister then, this was in Abuja, a certain minister, I think it was Minister for Labor, Ocholi, James Ocholi, who had an accident. He was driving, they were coming back from church in Kaduna back to Abuja, and then he was with the wife and the son, and they had an accident. I think the wife and the son died instantly, but he had survived.
I know about that.
But he lost a lot of blood, and he was taken to a primary health care center somewhere in Kaduna there, and they could not get blood. And then he passed out after a couple of hours. Now, the problem was that the primary health care center, the problem was not that they could not get blood, that the primary health care center could not get blood. Of course, they could get donors. I mean, there are times people go and donate blood. But the thing is about preserving the blood. You need to have
electricity.
Yes, exactly.
Power supply.
Yes, because it's called blood bank. You need to refrigerate the blood. I mean, I don't know if I'm using the right word for health experts, but you need to refrigerate the blood. You know, if it's preserve the blood. You know, and then we came up with the solar blood bank, and it was financed by Mexico. It's an NGO. I think they're funded largely by the United States Agency for International Development, funds coming from private donors, and it was a very huge success. So what happens is that loads and loads of primary healthcare centers in northern Nigeria, most parts where Mexico actually focused on, they could actually have this solar blood bank and then have the solar. So even if there is no light in the health center, even if there's no generator there, if whatever blood you have there is preserved, come rain, come shine. Same thing with vaccines, same thing with a lot of things. So there's a whole lot we can do with solar. I mean, you talk about solar street light, you talk about solar blood bank, you talk about solar incubators. There was an issue with the National Hospital where some babies who were in incubators died because there was no power supply for some hours. Right? But these are things that if you had a solar powered incubator for specialized equipment, the same thing with dialysis machine.
Yes.
We had a case of a certain man here in Port Harcourt who is from Bayelsa, a very prominent person person who he was from Bayelsa, but he lived largely in Port Harcourt and I think in Lagos. He went for a surgery, I think a corrective surgery to lose some weight. Liposuction, yes. And then there was a power outage for a while, and then he didn't make it.
Yes.
So but if you had solar backing such sensitive equipment, you would have had. That story wouldn't have been like that. So whether we can do a lot with solar is not even the question. The question is, when do we start? And we should start. Dave, I don't want to say. Most times I say this and I feel so bad. Some time ago, I was I visited someone outskirts of central London in Essex.
Okay.
And I was there and with a couple of friends, and after about a couple of hours, so one of our guys there said that I wish for one day that Nigerians will have uninterrupted power supply like what we are having here in your house.
Yeah.
And the guy said we will have uninterrupted power supply when we want to. And then we said, what do you mean by that? He said, okay, come outside, I'll show you. And then we came outside and he showed us on top of his roof, he had 8 big solar panels there. And he told us that he does not rely on the central grid.
There in the UK?
There in the UK.
Wow.
Outskirts of central London, Essex. That he doesn't, these 8 panels power everything in his house. And when he has any surplus power generated, he sends to the government and they pay him for that.
Yes. Okay.
And this is in the UK, and they're in the temperate region. They don't have as much sunshine as we have, and they're using solar panel. So why can't we do it here? Why can't we run offices completely on solar? Why can't the government? Why do you have? Look at all the bridges that the government is doing, and then you have. When I see these things, I feel so sad. Why can't we think? Why can't we think? Why will you need generator powered or central grid powered street lights in anywhere in this country? Why? Why should we need that? I mean, even today in Kano, you still have generator power. Kano, there are times you are in Kano, you will feel so thirsty. You will think there's something wrong with you. I was in Katsina sometime, and I felt so thirsty. I thought there was something wrong with me.
Yeah.
Right? And it was a friend that told me, it was a friend that told me, no, that there's nothing wrong with you. That the problem is that it's so hot, and you're getting dehydrated. You're getting dehydrated.
Yeah.
And that day it was 42 degrees Celsius in Katsina, right? And then you have street lights that are powered with generators. So there's a whole lot we can do, my dear. There's a whole lot we can do. I think it's about being intentional.
Very, very, very nice choice of words, even if you're taking it from me. But I would like to find out something. 2 things, actually. You made mention of solar farms. And this is the first time I'm hearing about them.
Okay.
All right. So I would want to know what they are, the uses, and how the state government can tap into this particular thing.
So let me tell you, I've always thought solar farm would mean that you set up solar panels on a large space, large area.
Okay.
Right? You can do up to, very large, so many panels. And there are kind of panels you use for that kind of thing. I mean, if we have, the thing about solar farm is that you need a lot of land for you to be able to do that. But of course, if we're talking about grazing reserve, if we're talking about land for grazing reserve, why shouldn't we have land for solar farm?
If there are possibilities to have land for grazing reserve.
You have a bond.
You talked about land and something like that. Yeah. But I know in China, I saw a documentary about them using setting up a solar plant, but not really on land. Or it was on
rooftops.
No. It was in the sea somewhere.
Okay.
They have these floating panels. You understand? So I don't know how they run.
Let's even start with the easy one.
Okay.
It's as easy as getting. See, there are universities here, private universities here that sit on
large acres of land.
I don't want to call names, but I know of one that they say they have their church and university sitting on 565 acres.
Wow.
So and if you see, okay, so governors the National Assembly took days and weeks and months. The presidency had to sponsor programs, the media had to sponsor programs, trying to urge state governors to give out land for grazing reserve. And we're not talking about land for solar farms, because what you need with the solar farm is just to have the land. So you need a large area space. I mean, look at instead of where do we call? There's the place in the northeast that has so much land. They say you can travel for 3 hours, 4 hours, and you're not done.
The Sahara Desert?
No, not Sahara Desert. The one they said the Boko Haram, the insurgents took over at some point. I don't know if they are still there. So you can have that kind of Sambisa, right?
Okay, the
Sambisa. So you can generate so much. You can do as much as 10,000 megawatts.
Wow.
As opposed to the 4,000 that we produce.
I am telling you, the 4,000 it's a joke. So let me even shock you. So we have 206 million people having to share about 4,000 megawatts. Well, don't also rule out the fact that there are times we get as much as 7,000, 6,000 megawatts, right? I mean, if generation is good, but 4,000 looks like our worst case scenario now. So, but our best case scenario ever, I think it's down 7,000. But do you know that South Africa, with about 60 million or 62 million persons now, they have 40,000 megawatts internal generation. 40,000. Now, they generate more than 40,000, but part of what they generate, they send to most countries within the Southern African region, like Mozambique, Zimbabwe. They power most of those other countries. But what they consume locally is 40,000 megawatts, and that's what they internally generate and consume. And they have about 62 million persons. Look at Ghana. Ghana is doing about the same 4,000 megawatts now, and they have about 33 million people, 32 million people. So why won't Twitter go there? So it's not rocket science.
Yes.
It's not rocket science. It mustn't be solar. But I mean, if we think we're having a challenge, must we keep talking about hydro? We're talking about gas powered plants and hydro that we were talking about 30 years ago, and this is 2021. We're still talking about this. So I think that it's about being intentional. We can do a lot with solar farms. We can also set up mini farms. I mean, it doesn't have to get so big.
Yes.
But that's why I think that the first thing will be to open up the space. My organization, for instance, can decide to run a 100 megawatts farm, and then we sell to Dave, and when we sell to Mike, maybe where you're staying, and then you pay. Right, because you can afford it, and those that cannot afford it will now hook up to the central grid. Then it may not be enough for them. Is that not?
Yes.
Right. So if the people that can afford it now go to use the private power companies,
yes,
then those that cannot afford the private power companies can now rely on the public. Because again, why we have load shedding is that you have too many people having to depend on just 4,000 megawatts, which is our worst case scenario now. Too many people having to depend on that. Now we're talking about industrialization, we're talking about building factories, we're talking about foreign direct investment. The more these things come, then the more you're going to have power cuts. There's something you can do about it. But when we have less people demanding this, then it might be more effective, more efficient, or rather it might now be more available for those who can't afford it. Right? It has happened with education. The government has refused to fix education. And what happens once you become a governor and elected official, steal enough money or make enough, whether it's steal or make, I don't know, I'm sorry, but then make enough money, and then you send your kids abroad or to private schools, right? And then what has happened? So you have very few people in public schools. I can't even think of putting my children who are in primary schools in public schools now, because look at the standards. So if they can't do this, they should open up the space. For how long? Open up the space and allow maybe some people come colonize us, in quote. I'm sorry, but so that's the thing.
That might be the best choice of words.
So that's the thing, So because what have we done right? What do we produce? As something as simple as toothpicks we're importing. See, we still import straw.
Mr. Abia.
So why is this power that the government thinks that they can't let go? Why?
I think you should be an advocate for something, maybe advocate for power or something. But let me ask you one particular question, before we open up the phone line shortly. You made mention, through your analogy, you were using the word afford. And I would like to know, there is this certain impression, that people have, this narrative that when it comes to solar, it's so expensive and you can't afford it.
But what is cheap? What is cheap? Look at how much Nigerians see. Some people have 2-bedroom apartment now in Nigeria, and they get to pay. They send them crazy estimated bills of 50,000, 40 or 20,000.
Yeah,
and then they don't even see the light. Where is the light? And at the end of the month, they get. For people using prepaid meters and then they're doing pay as you go, those ones are even worse because once you put on 2 ACs, 3 ACs,
it's gone.
Your 10,000 naira that you get some units, it's gone. So Power is not cheap anywhere in the world.
Okay.
If the government is serious, then they can talk about subsidizing it. I think that we have enough money, but the government is running away from subsidy. I mean, the subsidy they're doing with petrol, we are hearing now that NNPC will not make any remittances to the federal allocation account for the next 3 months.
Yes.
So the politicians will not inconvenience themselves, but the rest of the populace would have to inconvenience themselves at every point in time.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
The government jets are not down. The medical allowances for political office holders, nobody is talking about that. Nobody is compromised. They can't compromise that. They can't compromise the pecs of office. They can't compromise the number of SUVs and
travel
allowances and bulletproof vehicles. But the masses will always have to pay the price for this. Right, so we get to pay more for petrol by next month. From what they are saying, most likely we're going to get to pay more for petrol. So you have to use. You want to use petrol for your generator? It's not expensive. You have to go to the Port Harcourt PAGDC. You see how much that they charge, and they tell you it's not their fault. And they tell you, in fact, what they are even saying is that it's even subsidized. The current rate that we are even paying is even subsidized.
So what do you want again?
Exactly. So by the time the subsidy that is currently on power is removed, you will get to pay much more. So when you're saying solar is expensive, you have to actually put it in context. What is not expensive actually? Solar is not expensive actually compared to other sources. It might even be cheaper over time. Because what we look at is the payback. Right, we have an office, for instance, that we had powered, we powered those guys who were getting crazy bills, from the power company there, AEDC, that's Abuja Electricity Distribution Company, and then they called us and they dropped the cable, say they don't want that power company again, and they installed solar, and what they spent to install solar was 500,000, right?
Okay,
and then for this was 2017. This is 4 years now.
Okay.
4 years, 500,000. They've not even needed to change the battery. It's now, very soon they will need to change their batteries, and that's all. The panels stay there. Panels have warranty of as much as 20 years, 25 years. Inverter, if it has any issue, you can go fix it. So
and this company does what they have been doing before.
So that's the thing. So they took down the AEDC. So it's a law firm.
Yeah.
Their ACs are powered. Of course, they have one AC on it, which is an inverter AC now. Because again, power gadgets are beginning to have low consumption, so that you don't have to buy very big inverters or very big solar systems. You have inverter fridge, you have inverter AC, you have inverter
TVs and everything.
TVs, of course, big TVs. I have a television of 65 inch in my house, and it's just about 56 watts in consumption. Meanwhile, old TVs that we had that was 24 inches would be about 300 watts, 400 watts. Once you on it, it drags power. So the space is also being redefined, and I think we should catch up. Nigerians should catch up. I mean, we shouldn't. For how long are we going to do? Just be so relaxed, and then these guys are fleecing us. It's sad. It's sad when I see how much people have to pay. How much is minimum wage? And then someone that lives in a 2-bedroom flat is getting 30,000 naira to pay as bill for power that you're not even giving. It's sad. So there's a whole lot that we can do with solar. I mean, instead of spending, imagine National Assembly talking about grazing reserve. Somebody wants to run a business, and then he thinks that the government should give him land. And I run my own business. I have to come pay for rent.
It's appalling.
And somebody runs his own, and then he gets free land. He gets irrigation. And then we're even talking about importing grass. I think we should be intentional. I mean, borrowing your words, Dave. We should be intentional. We can fix power if we are serious.
All right, let's see some serious people calling us and having these conversations with us. 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951, or you can send in your text messages and your WhatsApp messages to the number 0701-933-9962. I'll take the numbers again, 0817-0000951 or 0810-951-0951. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon and welcome. What's your name?
Hello, Wisdom.
All right, Mr. Wisdom, you're welcome. Go ahead. What's your question?
It's hard. Sorry for how that was.
All right, Mr. Hart, you're welcome. Go ahead.
The problem of power supply in Nigeria will rely on China. Why all the generators we use in this country import it from there.
Okay.
It doesn't make any sense for Nigeria to rely on China. Let them go to Germany. Let them they will come and build our power so that we will have constant power supply in this country.
Right.
It's very, very shameful that Nigeria, all the billions of naira we make in this country, through oil, through other sources, that we cannot have constant power supply. It's a shame. And we have to come back to our senses and stop relying on China. Let us go to Germany or any other country that can build our power, that can make our power supply be constant in this country. It's very simple. Look at Ghana here. They have constant power supply. What is the use of the money? What is the use of the money we make in this country?
All right.
Is it for to share into pockets?
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So we don't go out of context. I want us to streamline our questions towards the solar questions. How you can implement solar and make it a very viable means of power for you and your business. 95.1 FM, good afternoon and welcome. What's your name? Okay, I didn't get your name. What's your name again? Sorry. All right, Mr. Emmanuel, go ahead.
I don't know actually. I think I want to appreciate.
Okay.
That on one particular office, on putting the resources or the money then for work and something else. And coming to bills, stated bills anyhow for seniors, like go to the rural area, even the urban area, nowhere. So my brother, I think that we are going to not just all about but after can step up, things that you know that and you see a lot of people back.
All right. All right. Sorry, I had to let you go there. I didn't really get to hear what you were saying because of the network interference, but thank you so much. I think it was making reference to some of the statements you made already. And someone said something, and I want to just pick on that and ask a question. Is it possible for us to, he said, go to Germany, go to other parts of the world and get these things, over to Nigeria? Is it possible for us to build this components in making our own solar grids in Nigeria?
No, the thing is that even the power generation companies that we have currently, or the power generation facilities that we have, are not run by Nigerians. I mean, so the thing is, what we are talking about is opening the space. Let these people be able to, because they will feel more committed if they can run the entire cycle. That's the thing. And
coming with their expertise.
Exactly. If they can run the entire cycle, what are Nigerians? Nigerians are not doing much. I mean, you have power generation. The real technical work is not even done by Nigerians.
Okay.
We are talking about, look, most of our power generation facilities are not even run by Nigerians. So it's not even about whether we should bring in people. Of course, people are already here. We have Chinese, you have Germans, you have different people working, but they work more as expatriates, collect their money. But what we are saying is, if you open the space, then people can come in and run this. They will generate the power, transmit the power, sell the power, and then people that can afford it will buy it, and then the rest of people that can't afford it will not have to rely on the central grid until when maybe God blesses them and then they can afford it, or maybe the government will now subsidize it. I don't know, but then the space should be open. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Yes. Let's take one call and then I ask you of some. We're already having text messages. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon and welcome. What's your name?
Good afternoon. My name is Precious.
All right. Mr. Precious, you're welcome.
Okay. I just want to comment on what Speaker just said on the use of solar. I think I would recommend that to everyone, because where I'm staying is in a rural area, but I'm using solar, and I know the benefit of that. I know when I wanted to fix it, it cost me more, but today I know what I'm benefiting. The 2.5 kV, 12 panels, but I'm thinking of even increasing the panels. But I know at the initial stage it cost me more. I had to change my fridge to inverter fridge, inverter standing fan, and all that inverter. But on the long run, I know it's a benefit. But I want to ask, Now the weather, we are going into the rainy season. That's where the challenge is in terms of battery charging and the panels. So, but of course, most times we don't have to spend more in terms of fuel, buy fuel. We don't have to run the generator to power the battery connection. But on the long run, I think if you put it vis-a-vis the cost using the generator or the NEPA line, I think the solar is stops on the chart. So I want to comment on that.
All right. Thank you very much. Do you want to just answer the question?
Yes. I just told you that outskirts of central London in SS. Now this was February.
This year?
No, not this year. But it was in the month of February.
Okay.
That particular year.
Yeah.
So this was winter. So this was winter. It was very cold, and they were using solar.
Yeah.
It has a lot to do with the capacity and the strength of the solar panels. What has happened is that we've also had a lot of poor quality solar panels
over time.
So much of it in our market. If you get a high efficiency, solar panels are rated in efficiencies. Apart from wattage, you can have a 200 watts, 300 watts, 400 watts. But look at the efficiency. If you get very good panels, you get efficiency levels of about, say, 17 to 19% efficiency. Even if it is raining with such a panel, you will have light.
Optimally.
I am telling you, look at street lights. An example is solar street lights, all-in-one street lights that we have. You will see that even when it is raining in the night, you see that solar street light will come on. Because it's not so long as there is daylight, it works with it charges the batteries with the daylight and not necessarily with heat or sunlight
or the brightness.
And then heat, and then you are sweating. So that's now it's working.
Yeah.
Once the efficiency level is high, you're good to go. Yes, exactly.
Let me just ask. I knew these questions will be coming, so I'll tie two of them together. And for people who are just listening to us and wanting to get into it, like you said, everything is expensive. If education is expensive, try illiteracy. So someone is asking a question, although we didn't get the name. Good day, sir. Please, how much is a solar panel? And let me tie to the other question, although it's not here. For people who want to, this is my 1-bedroom flat, or this is my 2-bedroom. I need something that can just go for me. What would you say about that?
You see, pricing has a lot to do with what you want to power, the capacity of the panel. For when you say how much is a solar panels are not rated all in. I mean, it's not same capacity for solar panels. For all solar, but you have 250 watts, you have 300, you have 400, just like that, 360, 350 watts. So, but let me just say something on a general note. For a studio, for an apartment of say 2-bedroom flat, with 400,000, you can have solar, complete solar inverter battery, with 400,000, complete package with installation, with electric cables, everything, and then you are sure that this can drive you, say, for the next, say, 4 years before you have to change the batteries.
Wow.
Right? And then you're sure that this is what we call it, myself and the organization where I work, we call it power you can always count on. This is not power you have to beg for anybody to give you. This is not power. Look, see, let me even say something that I've been meaning to say. How is it in most parts of GRA for about 3 weeks, I think up until last week, there was power cut. There was no light anywhere in most parts of GRA phase 3 and maybe some parts of phase 2. And there was no explanation, apology, or communication from the power companies. And now we say they are private. It's not private. Because if it were private, you know how private organizations...
You get back.
Exactly. You have to communicate to your clients. If you have a network issue with your network providers, they will
definitely
keep
let
sending
you know.
you messages, apologizing, and telling you when the network will be up. So it's not working, guys. It's not working. We have to do what we can do, on our own, and then urge the government to, while we urge the government to open up the space, we have to, each think of going solar, get very good solar panels, and you should be home and drive. You shouldn't talk about this and bemoan our fate for too long.
All right, we are already, time has been fast spent.
Time is never enough when we are talking power.
And I would love to have this conversation with you again. So we're definitely, probably, even if you can't make it to the studio, we might just schedule an interview via your phone lines. And
That's
then,
okay.
We communicate for people who want to get interested or who are willing to, get these things done for themselves. I've been speaking with Mr. Charles Abia, who is a power consultant, is also a solar brand consultant with tentacles spread all over Nigeria and West Africa. So if you want to get in touch with him, you want to get through to me, through to him, through me, you might want to reach us on our social media handles, Dave_Melford_Robert on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and I'll definitely relate your questions or whatever you want to get to him. Thank you so much, Mr. Charles.
It's my pleasure.
All right, stay tuned. It's a premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. The news updated too comes up next.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good afternoon. Here's the news update at 2 on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. I am Wisdom Obina. The Nigerian Labour Congress is taking a swipe at Nigerian politicians for being insensitive to the plights of the workers in the country. Speaking during a television program, the NLC president, Ayuba Waba, who said the minimum wage in 1981 was more than $125, lamented that the current wage is less than $60. The NLC leader said the current index in Nigeria cannot sustain an average worker, noting that a bag of rice costs 30,000 naira. While not noting that workers are in a very sorry situation, Waba said some state governments do not see the welfare of their workers as a priority. On the minimum wage, the Labour leader threatened a shutdown in states where governors are yet to implement the policy. Meanwhile, the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, has said that it is under pressure to resume its suspended strike after the federal government failed to fulfill its promises at the expiration of the April 30th deadline. SANU claimed the government had yet to commence payment of the consequential adjustments for the new national minimum wage and the allowances encapsulated in the earned allowance. The union's president, Mohammed Ibrahim, told newsmen at SANU that SANU members were agitated over the delay in implementing the agreement, stressing that the union officials were under pressure to return to the trench. The Department of State Services says it will begin a clampdown on those it described as agents of anarchy in various parts of the country. In a statement by its spokesman, Peter Afunaya, the service faulted those said to be creating instability through comments that threaten the sovereignty and corporate existence of the nation. It also condemned what it called the unnecessary vituperations and activities of some religious and post-political leaders who have either called for a forceful change of government or mass action against it. The DSS described as unfortunate a situation where those who should be patriotic were allowing their personal ambitions to ruin the nation. It reminded every Nigerian that although democracy offers free speech, it does not give room to reckless pronouncements. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike, former president or vice president rather, Atiku Abubakar, and other prominent Nigerians have received the Independent Newspaper Awards during an event which was held at the weekend in Lagos. According to a statement issued by the governor's special assistant on media, Kelvin Ebiri, Governor Wike backed the governor of the year in infrastructural development. The managing director of Independent Newspaper Limited, Steve Omanufeme, while presenting the award, said Governor Wike has used the construction of roads and other infrastructure to expand the economy of the state. Receiving the award on behalf of Governor Wike, the State Commissioner for Information and Communications, Paulina Sinsirim, thanked the management of independent newspapers for recognizing the development strides of the governor. On the foreign scene, South Africa has received its first batch of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine to boost the country's vaccination program. The vaccine, which arrived the country last night, will be received every week, with a total of 4.5 million doses expected by the end of June. South Africa resumed vaccination using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that had stopped being administered over reports of blood clots in other countries. According to data from the Health Ministry, the country has so far vaccinated 318,670 people. South Africa has so far recorded 1,584,064 COVID-19 cases, including 54,417 deaths. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face on high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. Good afternoon. I am Wisdom Opina.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
it. Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM, the station with a unique dial.
You know what? Put that. Come on, put that down now. I go match and down. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. They come over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Come on, wait up. 2 seconds. Oh my
God, hey Jesus. Straight bullet, oh, what kind of country is this? Hey boy, I just said to go and buy something. What kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No, security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry out your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
you
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
This is today's hustle. One show that embodies objectivity. We raise the bar in examining the good, the bad, the sordid, everything that has to do with society.
In America, you buy a big house and you pay gradually for 30 years of your life. That is politics. In Nigeria, you carry out your salary and go and rent one bad politics.
Everything that has to do with
you
society.
must negotiate. If we don't negotiate, when a man is pushed to the wall, he bounces back with double levels. We have been pushed to the wall.
The Hustle. Every weekday from
1 p.m. to 3 p.m.
on Today 95.1 FM.
Well, a beautiful afternoon to you. Welcome to another edition of Today's Hustle on your premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM. We had the first part where they did talk about tech. Dave Roberts, as much as he's a guest, talked about solar and the other parts of technology. Well, we're here to definitely look at a different matter as it concerns Rivers State. As always, Wisdom Obina is my name, and I'll be the one leading proceedings on the show this afternoon with you. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll be definitely looking at something interesting today. Now, yesterday was Workers' Day, and the big questions were really running around. Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs for the workers, you know? And with a very funny percentage, over 30%. Of unemployment, really, in terms of the percentage index of unemployment in the country. And I mean, the poll out there was, questioning where are the jobs and what is the system also saying about those who are trying to build one or maybe create one. And of course, on the other side, there was also the question of, are the citizens doing well enough? Are they trying or they probably are leaving everything for the government? Are they doing well enough to also create jobs in their own systems? Are they even employable? You know, and that really dominated yesterday, even if it was a Sunday. And that's even where the holiday today is coming from. And I'm sure you're having a nice one at home. You're a worker. You probably would be at home. Depending on the kind of job you do. If you do our kind of job, you definitely would want to always be here because a job would not always observe all the breaks. All right, so definitely that was a little bit of how the weekend was. It started with nice Friday, fast Saturday or slow, depending on your divide, and then of course Friday, but issues here and there, different issues. And like I said yesterday, commemorated as Workers' Day, and at the end of the day, somehow we decided to celebrate it today. And the big questions going, but that's not what we're going to be looking at. That was first. That should be Saturday. That's not what we're going to be looking at. Today is another holiday. You want to say it's another celebration now, commemoration, as the case may be. Today is World Press Freedom Day. Yes, it's World Press Freedom Day. And we're going to be looking at the press, you know, and its reportage, how it carries out its activities in Nigeria, and of course in extension, in Rivers State, in extension, Nigeria. Now, at some point, I will also get your opinion, you know, on a scale of maybe 1 to 10, how would you rate the activities of the press in Nigeria? Has it been objective enough? Has it been insightful enough? Or would you say maybe the journalists and me inclusive, the broadcasters, we're all under the same uniform or umbrella of the press? Would you say they've done well in carrying out their duties across the different states and across the different media houses? I mean, these days we have online reporting. We have those who work on the blogs, social media pages of communication houses. You're on Twitter. There are people who make reportage there. Of course, Today 95.1 FM, we spread our tentacles too across Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, you know. So there's a growing community on social media when it also comes to the press. And of course, no one forgets the print media, the papers, where we also get reports these days. Even if a lot of things are going online, we still have the papers where we get reports from. And of course, the guys, ladies, women, men who do the business of maybe relating the information to you, and those who even go out to the field to gather this information are reporters, you know. So in the entirety of it, you want to say they've done well, or maybe in your estimation there's a lot of room for improvement. Well, we're going to be joined at some point, or maybe I would lead us into that interview I did have with Ike Nwigudu, the secretary of the Rivers State chapter of the Nigerian Union of Journalists. We will be getting his thoughts shortly. I'll be hearing from him and maybe getting his own point of view, and of course what the Press Freedom Day means to them. Don't forget, on the other side of things, a lot is going on. No one forgets the NSAS protest. Well, a journalist or 3 journalists were killed between 2020, at least between 2020 and now. 3 journalists, 1 in Abuja was killed during the protest, 2 were killed in Adamawa and Nasarawa State. And of course, we can't forget the Channels TV thing, the fact that the sanctions coming from the NBC. Oh, why did you interview the IPOB man? Why did you report this in the NSAS protest? Why were you showing this during the NSAS protest? Of course, we can't also tell you the little ones that the radio stations do get to every now and then. But, so any signs of maybe freedom of the press? Is it something we have, maybe you want to say we have in its fullness? Serap, just of recent, that's in the news, if you're listening to our news, where they had to drag the federal government to the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice, all because the NBC decided to probably hit hard or come hard on TV station, Channels TV. They also imposed about 9 million naira on Channels TV, AIT, and Arise TV over their coverage of the NSAS protest. So we'll definitely be looking at that. And like I said, we'll be getting your thoughts. Don't forget, you can be part of the conversation. The WhatsApp and text message portal is 0701 9339962. That is 0701 9339962. That's the text message portal. We're already on Twitter. It's already up on Twitter. You can be part of that conversation. I would also be reading it in real time. I would definitely be crossing over to a Twitter handle and Facebook to read your thoughts. You can, of course, lend your voice to the conversation. How would you describe the freedom of the press here in Nigeria? You think it's something that has grown in leaps and bounds, or you even think it's something that is being whittled, maybe little by little, somehow it's being cut down? Or you think, yes, in the course of democracy since 1999, it's been a fine run for the press? And would you even say the press have been objective, in their reportage? But quickly, we would cross over to, like I said, to listen to, or maybe to have a conversation with the Secretary, Nigerian Union of Journalists, Rivers State chapter, talking about Ike Nwigbodo. And good to have him on the show this afternoon. We'll definitely go into the discourse immediately. First, starting with what press freedom actually means and what World Press Freedom Day means, just in case we're not getting it clear, maybe. He would lead us in on that. Like I said, he's the secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists, Rivers State chapter.
To press freedom, as they signed in 1991 in Namibia. It is also a day of reflection among media professionals about issues of press freedom and professional ethics. In every profession, there must be ethics, and it is on our own to take if we have run. But the actions of government has not portrayed that. The action of government is to withhold us, is to get the press, and we have seen a lot of them. Many journalists have been brutalized. Most of them have been jailed. Sometimes they will be in jail without trial. So, are we saying that the press freedom, we have a press freedom? No. For me, I also think that what press freedom is also a day of remembrance. The army have an army remembrance day.
Yeah.
For those journalists who have lost their life in pursuit of news. And I'm also happy with the theme of this year, information as a public good.
Yeah.
It should remind the government of their commitment.
All right.
Let's see them. Let them see the press as people who promote or who help develop the society.
All right. If I'm to take you up on that, quickly, let's look at the body of issues from the NSAS protest to the sanctions. Channels TV, Arise TV, JFM, could go on and on. And only between 2020 and now, we've had on record at least 4 journalists have been killed. One was killed in Abuja during the protest. One was killed in Adamawa, Nasarawa, and what have you. Would you say there have been attempts to whittle the powers of journalism under the current administration, both in the state and federal?
Well, it has been like that in all government to weaken the weight of press. And it is not only in this present government, it has been before and even before now. So I wouldn't say that. And that is why I will ask, why must the journalists be the target? Why must we be at the receiving end, even when we do selfless service to the society? So these are part of the things. Yes, there are some media houses that may fall short of the ethics, maybe by promoting unethical pictures and all the rest. But that does not mean that heavy fine should be invested on them. Like the one that happened just recently, Channel Television, where they were fined 5 million naira. Everybody has to condemn it because they are trying to ensure that they have a balanced news. So by getting the side of IPOP public relations or IPOP side, that does not mean that they should be sanctioned. Yes, the Insight program, yes, you see what all are played. We also suffered. Journalists also suffered.
Very true.
So why must we be the target? That is the question. So we are urging the government, especially those in authority, to ensure that we are given free access to operate, to do our legitimate work.
All right.
Our duty is to report objectively.
Absolutely.
To see the two sides of the story and allow the public and those in authority to judge. So we don't judge, so why must we be target?
All right. Moving on a little bit from there and maybe looking at the journalists now ourselves, objectivity remains a challenge in press reporting globally. Would you say the Nigerian press has won in the race of objective reporting? Like you said, our job is to report and let the public and the government make decisions.
Yes. Averagely, we have done that. Yes, for me, I will give Nigerian press at least 70-80%. I don't want to give them all the verbs because you have done all what they are supposed to do objectively by hearing the two sides. And that is why we do not sanction this social media of a thing because it gives one-sided story without confirming from others. Those in authority or those in the high places uses this media, social media to do so. But the main those who are in the profession knows what they gain, they get to lose if they go out of the ethics. So they know that there is punishment waiting for them. So for me, I will give my colleagues 70-80% for having done an objective reporting, because from what I know, I have not seen any journalist or any media house that have been fined by a law court to pay a certain amount for not reporting correctly.
Yeah, okay. Moving on now to funding. I mean, funding has been a problem generally, especially for the independent and freelance journalists. And of course, even those who work with media houses, it's not definitely been the sweetest of periods globally. How bad has it been for journalists? Knowing the kind of position you hold, I'm sure you have been in contact with too many journalists like us. How bad would you say it has been for journalists during this pandemic in terms of funds and even their personal upkeep?
It has been difficult. I must confess, it has been difficult. And even those we work for, even the government, majority of the media houses work for, it has not been palliative. It has never been a good story. And that is one of the essence we said the government want to get us. We went through journalists went through the COVID period. No support from any other, even when palliatives are even issued to the society. None was given to even the vulnerable journalists who go about with them. Those who, there was a committee that was set up. This committee were not even given a bottle of water.
Wow.
So it's painful having gone through this road and we still complain. By now, journalists are not supposed to be complaining. We work day and night. Sometimes if you are coming back, I know somebody in Reading, the news editor in Reading, was harassed when he was going back home by some persons in Rimibo. They blocked the road and they wanted him to trek. So all these are kind of harassment journalists get, even at the expenses of the society.
Yeah. All right. Because of your time, I'm sure we've already taken a chunk of it. Let me just ask you this question. The last on our menu. A number of things have been mentioned as possible ways of improving press freedom. Generally in Nigeria, including the Freedom of Information Act and all that. What more can be done, or what do you think can be done, both by citizens and every stakeholder, to improve press freedom in Nigeria?
I think it is. There are so many policies that governments could not even carry out. That I should plead that whatever policies are in place, government should try as much as they can to do their own bit. It is usually not good for you to come up with a policy and without implementing it. We are talking about insurance for journalists. We have talked about housing for journalists. We have also talked about improved payment, salary for journalists. But none has been met. And I pray that media houses, government organizations, even the private sectors will also assist in this direction. If you employ a journalist, pay them adequately. Pay them adequately. And don't think that they are there to, they also have family. So I think that's my brother. And for my colleagues, I really appreciate the work they are doing. They should continue to ensure that they always hold the ethics and report objectively. That is my message to all.
All right. Thank you so much for your time, and we really appreciate your thoughts on the show this afternoon.
Thank you very much, sir.
All right, and that was the Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Journalists body here in Rivers State. That's the Rivers State chapter. Ikenwi Godo had that interview just before we moved into the studio, and you had his own point of view of things, and of course the way he actually handled the questions. I mean, you look at the fact that ordinarily the press should be the closest to the people and of course to the government, and it remains so anyway, even though there seems to have been some level of misgivings and mistreatments coming from both parties. Now we can go back and talk about harassments, both coming from the citizenry and of course the political class, but of course majorly the forces, the security agencies, which are at times directly or indirectly influenced by the political class. I did mention to us the negativities and, of course, reports we've had and the negative things that have happened in the past, really. I talked about the from 2020 up until now, on record. Like I said, it's on record. You never can tell what wasn't on record. But on record, we've had countless number of journalists attacked. Like I said, we've had 3 recorded, or even 4 now, 4 recorded deaths, of which I know one was in Abuja. The other was in Nasarawa. One was in Adamawa State. 51 incidents, over 51 incidents in 2020 alone. I mean, it's something else. 34 journalists have been victims of assaults in Rivers State here, Ondo State, Osun State, Lagos States, and all, including the FCT. I mean, between 2020 and today. So it's not exactly been that clean. But on the other side, like Senate President Ahmad Lawan did come out earlier today to urge media practitioners in Nigeria to purge the profession of bad eggs whose nefarious activities are denting the credibility and reputation of the mainstream practitioners. Now, Lawan made the call in a statement on Sunday, that was yesterday, by spokesman Ola Awoniyi, which was released earlier today, to felicitate with Nigerian journalists on the World Press Freedom Day. All right, so we go for a short commercial break. Once we return, we'll be hearing from you. We'll be, of course, looking at the two sides. Like I said, there are two sides to it. First, what would you term, or would you say, okay, the government has done really well enough in terms of protecting the press and, of course, allowing them to do their jobs freely? But on the other side also, would you say the press have been objective enough? Would you rate them? How would you rate them on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of their reportage and activities and, of course, the positive dividends you've gotten from their operations? We go for a short commercial break. Today's Hustle makes a return.
Oh yes, this year's Hajj experience will remain unforgettable in the minds of those who make the trip with You Fit Fly and Baka Travels. Alhaji Sheikh Taufik Akel Bagod to be led by the notable Islamic cleric Alhaji Muhyiddin Ajani Bello. Beginning from Friday, July 9, go reach Saturday, 31st July 2021. Oh yes, this year's Hajj is going to be unforgettable. Visit You Fit Fly office now
at number 49 Semokul Building, Iwofe Road, opposite First Bank, off Ada George by Pepperoni, Porakot. Telephone 090-703-73696.
Website www.youfitfly.com. With You Fit Fly, this year's Hajj experience is going to be blissful and unforgettable.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
All right, welcome back. It's still your premium news talk and sports radio station today, 95.1 FM. And it's Wisdom Obina here, and we've been looking at commemorating the World Press Freedom Day. World Press Freedom Day, and we did have the Secretary, Nigerian Union of Journalists, Rivers State Chapter, Ikenwi Gudo, who did join us via the phone lines. Even the meeting we had prior to me coming into the studio, and he did talk about different things in terms of how the press have been treated, journalists in Nigeria, from Rivers State, even getting down to the country at large. And I did point to us how the little facts and tidbits around it. Like I mentioned earlier, we've had cases where it looks like they've been the press, they've been actually stifled rather than maybe being in a free state. Because ordinarily, you look at some civilized climes, some countries we try to compare ourselves with, it looks like their freedom is probably in another level. Now, like I said earlier, just prior to this time, the Socio-Economic Rights Accountability Project and 24 concerned Nigerians had to take the government to court over not just to court now, over to the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice in Abuja in a suit over what it called the arbitrary use of the NBC Act and Broadcasting Code to target, harass, sanction and fine independent television and radio stations in Nigeria. Now, don't forget, the IPOB speaker or spokesman, Emma Powerful, was interviewed by channels. That was a problem also. And you can't also forget, if we're to wind back a little bit to what happened during the NSAS protest, channels TV, AIT, Arise TV, they were sanctioned ban on stations like JFM in Jos, at that time. And we're asking, is the press actually free? Are they actually free to make reports in this country? Don't forget, you can be part of the conversation. 0701-9339-962. That's our text message portal. And on Twitter, the poll is up. You can also be part of the conversation at Today95.1 FM on Twitter. On Instagram is also Today95.1 FM. On Facebook is also Today95.1 FM. So we open the phone lines now, 0817 0000951, 0810 Remember, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you also rate the press? 95.1 FM, good afternoon.
Hello, my brother.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is Heidi calling from Abua.
You're welcome.
Thank you. There's nothing like freedom of press in Nigeria. Right from the inception of this administration, all we are looking for is how to guard the media.
But would you say it's only under this administration?
Yes, so I can clearly say
okay.
Under this administration. Under this administration.
So in the past, the media were free.
It was the media they used the climbing here. Under the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan, how many journalists were harassed when these people were bringing their frivolous promises? Nobody was harassed. But do you know that when this administration came into being, is it AIT or one of the journalists? Yes, AIT was bad not to even stand before the president. The next time that even the Minister of Information was against it. Lai Mohammed was against it. Openly. Now, if you come to Lawal, who is saying this, I didn't blame him. He is now trying to play the gods to tell Nigerians that he's on the side of the freedom of press. It's not in the side of the freedom of the press. Lawal, the senior president. It's not. These are one of the persons who has made so things difficult to the press.
Why would you say so?
I'm telling you. You know that he made one of the statements that whatever thing that Mr. President said he will do, they will take it. They will take it alongside with Mr. President. When the journalists are even announcing this, they begin to go after the journalists. I'm going to tell you the gospel truth. This statement that he made, there are so many journalists that was harassed in Lagos for reporting this. But he was the one who made this statement openly.
We've gotten your thoughts.
So, something is, there is nothing like the freedom of press. Just of day before yesterday, journalists were harassed just because the governor has made a declaration of curfew. So many journalists were beaten up. Their cameras were even damaged.
Where did this one happen?
In Port Harcourt, in Port Harcourt. I'm telling you the gospel truth. Just because the journalists are covering the procedures of making sure that the people they have a full compliance of what Mr. Governor said.
Well, we've gotten your thoughts, ID. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Even if some part of it are yet unconfirmed. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Wisdom.
Good afternoon, Mascot. Mascot, you're welcome.
Hello.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. You see, Wisdom, I'm a member of the All Progressive Congress, but I will continue to engage in very dire and severe activism in politics. Wisdom, the press has never had it so bad and difficult than in any other government than this one.
You mean since democracy began in 1999? That's
I am telling you,
the democracy of 99. All right.
Several attempts have been made to stifle, to circumvent, to abet, and to stop the process of freedom of press and speech in this country, in this very administration. What are we talking about? Remember the various bills, especially the one from Senator Sani from Niger State, who managed to win a second time in the Senate, the type of bill he brought to prevent people from speaking out. How can you beat a small boy or a child and you don't want the child to cry? We are facing economic downturn. Everything is at loggerheads with each other. and you don't want people to speak out.
But when you say you don't want people to speak out, the fact that you have press freedom doesn't also mean you should be reckless with your statements. It should be guided, right?
Canada, wisdom. Nobody is reckless for anything.
Okay.
Yesterday, did you watch his Robert Clark, my learned senior and grandfather, who was almost weeping about the unity of Nigeria? He even swore in Channel television by his father's grave that if nothing is done, that in the next 6 months, Nigeria will become history. That was what he said yesterday at Sunday Politics in Channel television.
All right.
Would you now call that one that is reckless when someone is setting the obvious and setting the facts? So the thing is that the press freedom in Nigeria has seriously been wounded, has seriously been incarcerated in this government. And I want to enjoin the drivers of this government, those of them who masquerade and surround the president and deceiving him, because I believe that there are people deceiving Mr. President, to allow the press and the people to speak out and to voice out all their grievances.
All right, Mascot, we've gotten your thoughts.
And Nigeria will move forward.
We've gotten your thoughts. We've gotten your thoughts, Mascot. Thank you so much. Even if you did mention the social media bill from Sadi Mohammed, but we'll talk about that later. Good afternoon, 95.1 FM.
Good afternoon, my good friend.
Good afternoon.
Happy Press Day.
Oh, Grandpa.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I'm grateful that we are all alive to talk today.
Yeah, we're grateful to you. Go ahead, Grandpa.
Yes, I want to say that it did not start today. You remember the Legiwa?
Yeah.
Was he killed yesterday?
No, he wasn't.
Jesus Christ. People should not use this opportunity now to make campaign. We are not in campaign. We are talking of what can make the country to develop. That is my problem with every person that speaks. We see what happens in this country today is that there's press freedom, but there are bad eggs in the press that they always have their lead questions or formats.
Right.
If you don't follow their formats or their lead questions, they are nowhere, you're not talking. That is why every person can come and talk what he wants. But again, I want to say, headlines say another thing. The body say another thing.
Say something else. Okay.
So I want to ask now, they are not, is journalism propaganda? When you demarcate your own content, you are demarcating yourself. People don't know this. So for objectivity, yes, there are good words that are very objective, and I read those on side. But the other ones that will want you to follow their own, I read them 40%. So for Nigeria, yes, there's great freedom. And I want to ask and beg that we that are contributing, we should also help the press to know where they are going wrong, where they are going bad. Not by castigating the press, but by telling the press that please, what you are doing is
not good.
What you are doing is not good. It will help the press improve. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Grandpa, for your thoughts. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Wisdom Obina.
You're welcome to the show. Good afternoon to you. 95. You're welcome, Mr. Smart. Right?
Yeah, Mr. Sam.
Mr. Sam, you're welcome.
New month to you.
Same to you, Mr. Sam. I'm sure you had a nice weekend.
Very, very nice and very good.
You sound like one that would like to enjoy the weekend.
Yeah.
Go ahead with your thoughts, Mr. Sam.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Wisdom Obina, you see, sincerely, this present administration has not only allowed freedom of press to become so rampant.
Wait, Mr. Sam. Are you saying the press is freer? Oh, sorry, we lost you right there. Do call us back if you can. I was trying to get it clear. Are you trying to say, okay, it's the freedom is even better under this administration? I mean, I thought that's where you were going to. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Gift calling from Yeneboa.
Gift, you're welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you. Where is Welsh?
She's in the field.
Okay, no problem. people should understand, mascot called in is a complete APC man. He has been saying that on air. Why I my own, no even matter, PDP, but I voted for even APC. So some of us are very, very objective. We are not like even some of the press people that will take side instead of to be neutral, just like what Grandpa is trying to point out. We understand ourselves on air. We know when you're taking side. Some of us talk to spokesmen and spokeswomen. But that aside, the truth of the matter, no other president or no other government has clamped down on the press like this one. This is a government that, from the formation stage, I was part and parcel of it.
And you mean since 1999?
I'm not talking about 1999. I'm talking about the formation of APC.
Okay.
Come to Bayelsa State.
No, I meant. No, gift. Can you hear me? I meant when you mean this is the worst government in terms of clamping down on the press. You mean since 1999?
1999, and that is when Nigeria got their independence.
That's 1960.
I'm telling you.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. You mean it was worse than the military regimes?
See, the military regime gave the press from British states. Do not research.
No. I wouldn't agree with this one.
Please now, listen to me so that you understand where
all right, go on.
We all have gadgets with us. Do your research even as we are talking through Google. Then you will find out, then you will understand where I'm coming from. I said I was part and parcel of this. Some of us will just come on air shout, APC. Have you received bullet on behalf of APC? Have you received slap? Have you received matching? Have you received threats?
Nobody should receive that.
But let me tell you, as APC man before, I have left because I'm not happy with what. See, change. Madness should continue his own, but I ran away because I cannot continue. After insulting people, they say, this government, mascot, I align with him as a APC man that he is. This government is the worst. Even you, as I'm talking, you are even afraid. Right now, as we are talking.
How would you know? Are you looking at me? Are you seeing me? Are you with me?
You want your sounding now. Do your sound because you will say no. Yes. Before this time, the time of good luck, call any name. You are free to go. Enjoy your life. That was how they came in. That was how we came in. But today, the same thing is not playing out. And somebody will come on air to tell me, Delegua, which one is Delegua? Go and do your research, then you will understand the problem of this country that this government are even trying to pass.
Okay.
Social media, they are trying to come through the back door to clamp down on everybody, not just the press.
All right, Gift. Thank you so much. We've gotten your thoughts on this one. But, the social media bill is quite an interesting one. And I think maybe I'll just reflect, maybe take us back a little bit. Protection from Internet Falsehood and Manipulations Bill 2019. Yes, it was actually introduced in the Senate in November 24. Maybe for those who are listening, you're saying, okay, what's this social media? Yes, it was introduced by the Senate in November 2019. And somehow, like many Nigerians, kicked against it. And it is still where it is for now. No headway to that particular one. But it was something that still feel somehow they are still considering it because of the fact that most times social media is not something that is always guided as much as the media houses even. But, of course, let's get back to the phone lines to still get your thoughts on objectivity and, of course, the press and freedom. Good afternoon.
Hello, Wisdom. This is Hart calling from our other.
Hart, you're welcome. Let's hear you.
Wisdom, you're a journalist. When something is going wrong, even anywhere in the world where anything that is going wrong, they will call it wrong. Not call it, they will call it right. And I heard somebody saying that the people are doing campaign which campaign? Nobody is doing campaign. The person even had when a full member of APC man complained the same problem that they are giving journalists in this country. And somebody is saying, which campaign? And it is our duty as a journalist to that person that don't comment so. And it's wrong.
All right. Thank you so much, Hat, for your thoughts. All right. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Hello. Okay. Do call us back if you can. Okay, we can hear you now.
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Wisdom.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I hope to Chima, calling from Port Harcourt.
Chima, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Wisdom. Wisdom, the truth of the matter is there have been no administration that have allowed the freedom of press in Nigeria. It's unlike what we have in our politicians during their campaign. Maybe when the government, they are not at the center, they will tell you, defend your vote with your last breath. But when they come into power, the same people want to kill you. That is also applicable to journalists. So you will see journalists reporting, and at the end of the day, government wants to be against them. The government is always looking for a way to muzzle people from, telling out their ills. But they want you to advertise. If they dig a gutter, they want you to advertise. If they dig a borehole, they want you to advertise. But when you want to bring out their ills, they find it very difficult to accept it. I think if anybody will come out on air and tell us that there's a particular administration that allows freedom of press, we are living in self-denial.
But Chima, you also understand that maybe freedom might be in degrees. Maybe in some administration we had 30% freedom, some others 50%, some others maybe 10%.
Excuse me, except you are not a Nigerian. So long as you are a Nigerian and we know the rudiments of Nigerian politicians, they will not allow you to speak out. They want to muscle you, and they want you to feel the pain and die at the pain without speaking out. That's what is happening in Nigeria.
All right.
So anybody telling me that the person should come out clearly, it is not true. There have been no administration that allow freedom of journalists. You understand? In River State, in Federal, even in local government. You understand? They have not allowed the journalists at least to party freedom.
All right.
So the reportage I've seen so far, we thought I've listened to journalism in River State, but radio station I've listened so far, I think there's a balance in reportage. We thought I've seen so far. You understand? So for me, government of the day, in their nature, can never allow the press to expressly, practice their ethics. It can never be done.
All right. It can be done. It can be done in the United States and some other places. It can never be done anywhere. But I'm sure I understand what you mean. I'm sure you mean the country. We'll turn to social media shortly, but let's still stick with the phone lines. 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
Superman. Good afternoon.
Lawson, welcome.
Happy Workers' Day.
The controversial Lawson. I know you'll be controversial. Just go ahead.
There is nowhere in the world that, you understand, the press is completely free. I stand to be corrected. There is nowhere in the world that the press is completely free.
But some places are better than others. Far better.
Good. Some places, yes. That's why I say completely free. No. Now, when you also talk about, when people say this government is the worst when they talk of press freedom, I am shocked. Under Buhari, there is nothing people don't say. People even make reasonable statements that you expect that he will go and arrest them. He does not make any arrest. And then somebody is saying he's the worst, even against Hani Abacha, against Babangida. I mean, I don't understand. When you see her, most time I like, even you were shocked when that somebody was making that statement that this current government is the worst. You were shocked. There is nobody. People should learn to be objective when you call into the station. Be objective. But under Buhari, do you see? Look at what they did. They say the president wants to get married to a second wife. There's nothing that didn't happen. And then people use the social media, manipulate it, do all sorts of things. They will bring a site substance in another place and present it and say this is happening in Nigeria and all that. And yet the president don't even read. He doesn't do anything. I feel that he is too relaxed. That is why under Obasanjo, you can't make statements, the kind of statement Nigerians are making today. You can't even make it against the River State governor. You cannot make that statement. And you look at during the local government election, one of them made a statement. And the Ikwere local government chairman said immediately they are going to court. He will take them to court if they don't refute that statement. And you come on air as free as Buhari is. There are things you can say about Buhari on air. You cannot say it against the River State governor. And go court free.
All right, Lawson.
So let us be objective.
Okay.
Yes, we are trying a lot of things. Even the journalists themselves have certain responsibility. Don't forget, the president also made a statement, was it yesterday or Saturday, that journalists should report responsibly, whatever it is they are reporting.
All right,
yes,
listen.
they should be responsible.
All right.
You know that the press is more in the West, and when you look at it, they use the press more, you understand, to project the West than any other part.
All right.
Not is a more disadvantage when it comes to the press.
All right, Lawson, we've gotten your thoughts.
For me, what I'm saying is that people should learn to be objective. You don't just come and say things that are wrong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lawson, for your thoughts. All right, so we could go to the text message portal and social media. This one says, Wisdom, the press have done tremendously well over the years, except government media. The APC government has siphoned the Nigerian press. There is nothing like press freedom. I score this government 0. This regime is worse than Babangida and Abacha, Samuel from Port Harcourt. I don't know, but if you look back at those administrations you're comparing this time to, some of those military administrations were not. I wouldn't know. You know, the millennials. Maybe you didn't even see or witness that. But let's go to Facebook. Okay, I think let me just run to WhatsApp first before I get to Facebook. Okay, on WhatsApp, this one says the press is only free when they interview notable Muslim northerners like Sheikh Gumi, who will spew so many dangerous statements and will not be invited, and the media house will not be sanctioned. But let a Christian like Meilafia be and the likes be interviewed. Meilafia will be invited and the media house be sanctioned. Press freedom is on ethnic and religious sabbatical under this administration. John Peters. All right, John Peters, thank you so much for your thoughts. On Facebook, this one says, the present government cannot and will not, the Oracle Magdaro. He says this present government cannot and will not protect the press. Rather, they want to gag them so they don't let the world know their atrocities. But people like Annie are dancing. Oh, come on. All right, this one says from Iboroma Tonejit. The press can't speak because of some law enforcement agencies who are always intimidating us. When we try to speak out, when the press speaks, it is most likely that he or she has been sponsored by the opposition, perhaps has been bankrolled. All right, let's get back to the phone lines and take our last call. 95.1 FM, good afternoon. Wisdom.
Wisdom is mascot. I just want to say something.
Quickly, 30 seconds, mascot.
Yes. Just that I said between 1999 and now, because the military government, we don't have press. So that's what I want to correct.
Okay.
My case is that
between 1999 We've gotten your opinion. Thank you so much. And to the last caller, 95.1 FM. Good afternoon.
My name is Ibrahim calling you from Rumibu.
Quickly, your last caller.
2014, Jonathan's government used the military to seize a particular newspaper for reporting a particular story, and because they wanted to get that paper not to fly, all newspapers were seized on Monday morning. It hasn't happened in this administration. Today, go to NBC. What is the condition of getting license to press companies.
All right.
Has it been increased more than it was, or is it free?
We'll leave it at that. Please leave it at that because of our time. But we've gotten your thoughts. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for your thoughts, for your text messages, your WhatsApp messages, for those we could take and those we couldn't take. But thank you so much. We do hope that going forward, things will really get better from where it is now, from this moment, even to greater things ahead. Wisdom Obina is my name. Thank you so much for your contribution. Today's also will be back tomorrow. Same time, same station. I will be looking at a different matter. Private security. I mean, something that might be helping us going forward. We'll be bringing a private security expert, an owner, who will be joining us in that particular discussion. Until then, I'll be moving over to Today Sports Live.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Let's talk football. Let's talk football.
What a devastating strike!
Football is a leisure game.
Sports is actually my job.
Football is boring.
That's not true. It's way more important than that.
What a wonderful goal! Fantastic strike!
As far as I'm concerned, sports is all about passion.
Sports Attack, weekdays 7:30 a.m. and Today's Sports Live 3 p.m. Weekends 1 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For all you need to know in the world of sports, leave the dial on Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
You know, there are a few areas that define a man, like sports.
I think we can live with that.
All right, a beautiful afternoon to you. Welcome to another fantastic edition of Today's Sports Live. Reaching you from the studios of our premium news talk and sports radio station, Today 95.1 FM, right here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name is Wisdom Obina, and from the weekend and the lots of events and things that happened in the weekend, including an Emeka dinner, who somehow, I feel... Emeka, you saw the clips of the Rivers United, but that's by the way. Let me not go to that. The Odogu one of sports, Buruburu, Emeka Dena joins us here.
Superman, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to our listeners out there. What a weekend we had in the ever exciting world of sports. Formula One, boxing, football, MPFL returned briefly. We'll have it in full swing come next weekend. Of course, Iyimba, in the CAF Competition Cup, getting Pyramids as their opponents in the quarterfinals, and a whole lot out there in Europe, including the Man United Liverpool no-show.
We'll talk about that, Emeka, in a bit, but you can be part of the conversation. Don't forget, 0701-933-9962. That's the text message portal. It is on. It also doubles as the WhatsApp portal. Send in your text messages, your WhatsApp messages. I'll be reading it real time here on the show. On Twitter, we are Today FM 951. Also send in your tweets and would have it handy to also read it in time. The phone lines would also be opened in due time for you to air your opinions real time here on the show. All right, quickly, we would be looking at some of the tidbits from the weekend before we go into the major stories. But like Emeka mentioned, we'll look at Formula One. Lewis Hamilton continues to tell us that it might just be another Hamilton season, even though Verstappen did show us from the first two races of the season that he was going to be a serious challenger, but he was swept away in Portugal. The MPFL, like Emeka mentioned, would be on the menu. We saw what Rivers United did against Iyimba. 1-0, it's ended. And Rivers United, they look like maybe it might be one of the real challengers for the title. I know today they will be off, tomorrow they will be on. But this time, coupled with the signings they've made, I'm sure they are ready. We'll get Emeka's thoughts and also your thoughts. From Europe, Manchester United and Liverpool, somehow that game didn't hold, and it comes or is coming from the fact that fans are not really happy with the Glazer family. We'll look at that issue particularly. Somewhere in Spain, there's a tussle and bustle for who would win the league. Real Madrid, Barcelona, and of course Atletico Madrid, who are leading the table at the moment. In Italy,
Superman don't rule out Sevilla. It's a four-horse race. If you ask me,
it's even
Sevilla
four now. Yeah, true.
Game. They
true.
win, they will go level on points with Barcelona and Real Madrid.
Wow, I have not looked at the table. I didn't really consider. I'm sure when I looked at the table, my eyes did not even go there. Somewhere in Italy, Inter Milan are already celebrating. They're already champions, I tell you. And in France, there is also a tussle between Lille and PSG. All these and a whole lot more will be coming your way on the show. It promises to be really, really exciting. But for now, let's start off with some of the tidbits from the weekend. All right, Emeka, quickly in boxing now. Joseph Parker did beat Chisora. And, I mean, Derek Chisora, he's been trying to get back into this thing and qualify for a title shot and even maybe, who knows, become a champion again. Age is not on his side. He's been beaten severally, even after bringing in David Hay as his coach. It's not still working.
He's promoter
rather. Yeah. And it's not still working. Somehow, Emeka, do you think it's time for this man to say goodbye to this sport? And maybe, like I advised on Sunday, should go to the Zimbabwean wood and tell them he wants to start acting movies or something?
He says he's not quitting yet. As a matter of fact, after the fight against Joseph Parker, he actually thought he won that one, even though the judges scored it a split decision. Two of the judges scored it in favor of Parker, while the other judge scored in his own favor, 115-113. He's not quitting anytime soon. He's suffered several defeats in his career already, like you established. Alexander Yusuf beat him, Dillian White equally beat him. He's lost to so many boxers already, and at 36, he says he's still hanging in there. I wonder, what he intends to achieve. I don't see him becoming a heavyweight champion anytime soon. I don't think he'll eventually become one with what's happening. Age is not on his side. Joshua is still there. Tyson Fury is there. Deontay Wilder is hopeful of even becoming a world champion again, as it were. So perhaps just to make up the numbers and eventually go down as one of those guys who gave a good fight, albeit without a title. But come on, it was a massive fight. On Saturday night in Manchester, he had the ascendancy in the very first round. 10 seconds into that bout. In fact, inside the first 10 seconds, was recorded a knockdown.
Parker went down.
Parker, yeah, exactly. But Parker was able to show character, come back, and eventually won that one via split decision. It was almost a similar story too for the other fight in the United States.
And the Ruiz is back
Jr.,
to winning ways.
The veteran Chris Arreola, who is 40 years of age, 9 years he's elder, as it were. He also was knocked down in the second round, was wobbled in the fight severally, but was able to also come back and record unanimous points victory. His own was more clear-cut against Arreola. Even though Arreola thought he would have won more than 3 rounds that was eventually given to him. But come on, show of character for these two former world champions, Joseph Parker and Andy Ruiz Jr. coming back. For Ruiz Jr., the last time he fought was against Anthony Joshua. In December 2019, well over a year and 4 months or so. So coming back with that victory, good one for him. It's left to be seen what next for the man who at one point was even a heavyweight champion, the first Mexican to become a heavyweight champion in boxing. For Parker, he was also a heavyweight champion. He was dethroned by Anthony Joshua. He has been able to pick his pieces here and there. At some point, he lost to Dillian White, but come on, with that win against Derek Chisora, he's now an intercontinental champion in the WBO. Was given a belt after that fight on Saturday night. So let's see what happens. But you and I know that these guys are not the real deal, right? We want to see Anthony Joshua fight Tyson Fury. That's the big fight the whole world is waiting for.
Emeka, there's a news I did see today. I'm sure we'll not touch it tomorrow, so let me just ask you quickly. Tyson Fury and his camp, they're sounding like Anthony Joshua and Eddie Hearn and the others are the ones stalling the fight. Are you seeing a case where this fight would not hold at the end of 2021? Because I was among those who, I joined those who said, they're trying to just delay things. Give us the talk. Make us feel excited. Draw us back again. Play the dog and the goat fight and what have you. But at the end of the day, choose when to actually make the fight happen.
That's what they're doing right now. Let's not forget the the fight of the century between Manny Pacquiao and Floyd Mayweather Jr. took 5 years to make. You know, that fight was in the works for 5 years, and when it eventually happened, you know, it shattered all records, pay-per-view, you know, fight pause and all that. You know, I don't know. It looks like that's what Bob Arum and Eddie Hearn are doing right now. Bob Arum is the promoter of Tyson Fury in the United States.
Yeah.
Frank Warren promotes him in the UK. You know, there's been back and forth statements and counter statements. The other day, Bob Arum told us that the fight is dead in the water, you know, like it's not going to happen any longer. But no, the Hen came up with something else. It says an announcement will be made this week. You know, that the contracts have been sent to both camps and they are reviewing the contracts, you know, with the aim of signing and eventually making an announcement. We know that both fighters have agreed, you know, a two-fight, mega two-fight that will see us get the undisputed heavyweight champion of the world this year. But come on, no date, no venue. We hear Saudi Arabia is the preferred venue. No, they've sent the contracts and all that, but we are yet to get a confirmation of that fight. Now, if you go by what even happened last year, you thought by now would have seen the first fight already in February this year. But come on, this is May. We don't even have a date and venue for the fight, so we'll wait. But I think it will eventually happen. If not two of them, one of them will eventually happen, because at the end of the day, you know, recall they signed a two-fight contract. So I see at least one of them happening in 2021, very soon, like they said. But come on, it's difficult to even believe what Eddie Hearn says these days. He has made several promises without any of them coming to fruition as far as this fight is concerned. So, you know, even there's also a story credited to Tyson Fury where he said, you know, he's tired with all this back and forth. I mean, he might want to pull out and all that. But let's not forget, only recently he put out a video out there in social media that, you know, if Joshua lasts up to 3 rounds, that he will quit from his own corner. You know, so he's promised to knock out Joshua before the 3rd round there. So we'll wait and see. But this is the beauty of it. It's not easy to make huge fights like this. I mean, we haven't seen heavyweight boxers contest all the 4 belts at once in the history of boxing before. You know, even when Lennox Lewis was undisputed heavyweight champion, you know, that was about 14 years ago or so. He didn't win all the 4 belts. You know, the WBO was not part of it. One of those belts was not part of it. At the end of the day, now we have all 4 belts at stake. So it's going to be massive. And save for COVID-19, it could have, you know, maybe created some kind of records in terms of attendance. Imagine that fight at Wembley. I mean, to be sold out. You go to Millennium Stadium in Cardiff, it will equally be sold out. You know, so it's a fight that will sell anywhere, because we are looking at the top heavyweight fighters in the world right now. Tyson Fury is unbeaten in his career. He destroyed Deontay Wilder, the man nobody came close to. Joshua, only that one loss to Andy Ruiz, which he eventually avenged. You know, brilliant record, 24 fights, 22 wins. You know, and I mean, we have all the 4 belts at stake. So it's going to be massive, and we are looking forward to it. But come on, the delays are beginning to take the shine off it. But that's what big fights like that are all about. They are not easy to make here.
All right, Emeka, one more question, then we move on to the biggest stories. Now, at the Staples Center earlier as of today, Los Angeles Lakers were slumped to their 6th loss in 7 games, with LeBron James finishing that 121-114 defeat to the Toronto Raptors, injured in the locker room on Sunday. Also, in the Western Conference, I want to say it's an okay position. They are 6th on the table. But I mean, Emeka, 6 losses in 7 games. At the same time, LeBron is going out injured. Should the Lakers fans, especially those around this part of the world, because I know they have a massive fan base in Nigeria, should they be worried?
Yeah, they should be worried, because the star man is struggling. The other time he got injured and the team came out to say he was an indefinite, he's going to be out indefinitely. They don't know when he was going to come back. Luckily he came back, but unfortunately he went out injured again. He's a star man for the team, himself and Anthony Davis, who was also on the spell sidelines for some time too. So if you don't have these 2 men fit, there's nothing the Lakers can do. They can I don't think they'll be able to defend their title successfully without these 2 key men, because they were instrumental in their title run last season. So they should be worried, the Lakers fans, and they can only hope and pray that these guys are fit when they go into the playoffs. Their assist right there is good enough to take them to the playoffs.
Very
but
true.
Come on, you can't continue slumping with such embarrassing defeats. 6 defeats in their last 7 matches, not good at all for the champions. But let's see how it goes. What matters most is the playoffs. They are almost certain of securing that playoff spot, and we'll see how it pans out when it gets to the business end of the season, which is the playoffs.
All right, a quick one in the Eastern Conference. The 76ers are leading, Brooklyn Nets are following, Milwaukee Bucks are third. We have New York Knicks, Atlanta Hawks, Miami Heat, and Boston Celtics, and Charlotte Hornets making up the top 8 spots. In the Western Conference, Phoenix Suns, Utah Jazz, Denver Nuggets, LA Clippers, Dallas Mavericks, LA Lakers, Portland Trail Blazers, and Memphis Grizzlies making up the first 8 positions. Let's move on to Formula One. Lewis Hamilton insisted Sunday's win at Portimao was such a tough race despite easing clear of Red Bull title rival Max Verstappen and pole-sitting Mercedes teammate Valtteri Bottas. Hamilton qualified in second and fell to third early in the race as Verstappen raced past him coming out of a safety car situation. But the defending champion's skill and speed came to the fore as he outmaneuvered the 2 men ahead of him. Hamilton also reeled in Sergio Perez, who had stayed out on his tires in a desperate attempt to hold up the 2021 Formula One leader. Let's listen to Lewis Hamilton.
I'm telling you, that was such a tough race, physically and mentally. Just keeping everything together. It was very windy out there, obviously, so it's very easy to put a foot wrong. And just didn't quite get as good a start as Valtteri, and then lost out on the restart, which was not good. I was not happy about that, naturally, and I really had to try and position myself the best I could. And then with Valtteri, I had to make the move early on before the tires were destroyed, and managed to just get in turn 1, just right on the limit. But great race.
And of course, Max Verstappen, who I'm sure he didn't envisage that he would finish the position he did at the end of the race.
It was pretty decent. I had a good restart, and then of course I tried to put the pressure on Valtteri, but at the end I think we just lacked a little bit of pace overall. So Lewis got by again, and once after the pit stop, I think the warm-up is super hard on these tires. But I think once we settled in second, you could clearly see around here we were lacking a bit of pace compared to them. But still, second fastest lap in the last lap.
All right, Emeka, Lewis Hamilton gets his second race win of the season. How would you sum up the Portimao Grand Prix? Was it rough one a bit?
Yeah, a bit dramatic too, because at some point the man was in third position. It was looking like he was not going to be able to win that one, but somehow, I think about 4 laps to the end of the race, he was able to make those 2 overtakes and eventually, got the win right there. Good one for him. I'm enjoying it already. I'm sure a lot of Formula One fans are equally enjoying it.
It's better.
It's looking like there's a serious challenge coming in from Max Verstappen. Just 8 points between these 2 drivers after 3 races. Yes, the 3 races so far this season have been won by just 2 of them. Lewis Hamilton winning 2, and of course Verstappen winning the other. So at the end of the day, we hope this will continue. But come on, in fact, Lewis Hamilton showing stuff of champions. When he was down, was able to come back, showing great character to mount those the late surge and eventually claim victory in Portimao. A good one for him.
All right, to make some statements credited to Verstappen in his post-match review. He was saying that he wouldn't like the FIA to return, or the Formula One to return to Portimao next season. Is it just because it's not been favorable to him?
Yeah, because he did not win. I'm not sure he would have said that if he had won. Hamilton could have equally said so too if things did not go his way.
Yeah.
Because if Verstappen had won the race yesterday, there wouldn't be any need to say I wouldn't want to come back here, because you like to always go to a place where you have the advantage, where you win, where it favors you and all that. So I think he was because he eventually lost that one. He was, clear at some point to eventually get down, but it didn't happen, and somehow he is trying to blame 1 or 2 circumstances for his failure to clinch the race yesterday. I think that's not fair, on the organizers and the sport itself for him to have said that.
All right, updates on the standings. Lewis Hamilton leads that one, like Emeka told you earlier, just 8 points, separating him and Max Verstappen. 69 for Lewis and 61 for Verstappen. Lando Norris is in third, 37 points.
So surprisingly, you don't expect a McLaren driver to be where he is. Lando Norris with 37 points, ahead of the likes of Valtteri Bottas,
Charles Leclerc.
Come on, Superman, you won't believe it. Sebastian Vettel is yet to score a point so far this season.
It is well. All right. If you think it's easy this season, you have Fernando Alonso too. As part of the drivers this season, the legendary.
He has managed 5 points.
He has managed 5 points. Vettel's here, I tell you. All right, let's move on from Formula One and talk about the Nigerian Professional Football League. Sunday, Adetunji came back to hunt Enyimba. Maybe not, he didn't actually come back, but facing Enyimba, he scored against his former club and handed Rivers United all 3 points in a rescheduled 2020-2021 MPFL match day 11 encounter at the Dokia Mercy Maka Stadium in Port Harcourt as Rivers United did beat Enyimba 1-0. Now, he made his debut for Stanley Guma's side in that particular game. Adetunji got his Rivers
United. It wasn't actually his debut, Superman. He played in the first stanza. I remember the game against Dakada where they were beating 4-2.
He was introduced.
Action, yes, exactly, in that encounter, you know.
All right. He got
maybe a home debut.
A home debut, yeah, in front of the fans now, which they are not even there anyway, or they were not supposed to be there. Now, all right, so he got his career up to a fine start with the only goal of the game to edge out his former employers. With the game still goalless and full-time fast approaching, the Beanpole forward headed home Kazie Ninaya's cross in the 85th minute to settle the tie. Former Enyimba stalwarts Theophilus Afelukai and Ifeanyi Nemina also returned after long internal suspensions to face their former team. Let's listen to the coach of Rivers United, Stanley Iguma.
It was a very tough game. Enyimba is never a push-up any day. I respect them. They gave us a very good run of our money today, and I feel that the game lived up to its billing. You know, from the beginning we tried sack them to see if we could get early goals, but it couldn't. We couldn't, and then second half, you know, we put our hands together, having noticed their weak areas, and then we found out that they were virtually kicking the ball, using long cross and long kicks. So we had to keep the ball on the ground and then played well, coordinated game, which resulted to the goal, which we got. But I think that we got a very good fight from Enyimba today.
Also speaking was the coach of the side. That's the Enyimba side, Fatai Osho.
Not a good one for us. We have a lot of confidence coming here that we are going to get something, but unfortunately, I mean, it's clear we couldn't play our football. It's so difficult to put that ball on the ground. I mean, we need to go to that pitch. It's really a difficult one for us. It could have been better. We have a better pitch, but we just can't play. We can't go into our own rhythm to play football. I mean, we just have to try and contain them. I mean, they've been playing here. They're used to it. But that is not to take anything away from them. They did a lot of job to get the result, and we have to commend them for that. They keep fighting, and they got what they want.
Emeka, I like how Osho talks. I mean, he's not I won't say he's actually a very good loser. I mean, knows how to praise the other team, and I feel he doesn't take things. He doesn't take things personal somehow. But Emeka, Rivers United gets all 3 points against the People's Elephant. It's good statement put out by the Pride of Rivers ahead of the second half of the season.
Yes, and that's the second time they're beating Enyimba this season. Both wins in Port Harcourt here. Yeah. The first was in the CAF Confederation Cup. Yes, Enyimba will eventually win the ensuing penalties at the same venue, the Adokia Mercy Maka Stadium. On that occasion, the excuse was also the bumpy pitch and what have you. But come on, at the end of the day, give it to Stanley Guma and his boys. I wouldn't want to. Yes, the pitch is not the best in Nigeria, but neither is it the worst. Enyimba have played in more terrible pitches in this country, so the excuse should not be solely on the nature of the pitch. Enyimba were outplayed yesterday from what we gathered. I was not at the stadium, but I've heard from several sources already, and you know, it was Rivers United could have easily won that one by 4 or 5 goals to nothing yesterday. They outplayed Enyimba, you understand? I mean, you just have to admit it. I spoke to a couple of people yesterday who saw the match, and you know, it was a one-way traffic. You know, Enyimba did not really come to the party. It could be down to the pitch. It could be maybe the desire is not there. You know, we know how this team have struggled even on the continent before they eventually made it to the quarterfinals of the Confederation Cup. But it was all about Rivers United, and give it to Iguma and his boys. They've all the home matches they've played this season. I think 9 of them already this season. They've won all here. No team can boast of that kind of record in the MPFL this season. The problem we know is being able to translate the home form, to away from home. They've not been doing pretty well away from home. Embarrassing defeats to Lobby Stars, Dakada FC, Aqua United, in the first stanza of the season. The second stanza starts on Sunday. They are home against Dakada FC, a team that beat them 4-2 in the reverse fixture before the league went on break. So they need to also do well away from home if they are to compete for the title. With the win yesterday against Enyimba, they moved up to 4th on the table with 32 points 4 points behind leaders Kwara United. But Enyimba have got 3 games in hand. Of course, Enyimba will replace them on 4th position if Enyimba beat Efanyoba on Wednesday in Aba, in one of their outstanding matches as well. So Eguma's men they need to get the results away from home. That's where the problem lies for them, this season.
Emeka, you just took it out of my mouth. They've lost one of the rescheduled games. So these rescheduled games, after all, maybe it was not even a blessing in disguise.
Well, it was never a blessing in disguise. Outstanding matches are not outstanding points. They don't guarantee you victories. You can accumulate all those outstanding matches, 5, 6 of them. But, it doesn't automatically mean when you go to play these matches, you will win. We've seen Enyimba lose yesterday to Rivers United in one of those outstanding matches. From 4 now, they have only 3 outstanding matches. They play at home against Ifanyoba on Wednesday. They still have another home match against Lobby and away game against Rangers International.
Yeah.
I don't know whether they'll be able to play all of them before their next CAF Confederation Cup game against Pyramids away in Egypt. But come on, it doesn't guarantee. It might not necessarily be a blessing in disguise. But what it does is it gives you an idea of what to do to get to whatever position.
Yeah.
Understand? It's possible that they would have calculated out of these 4 matches, we'll win 3. Ghana 9 points, and we'll add to the 30 we'll have. We'll go to 39, and we're top of the table, 3 points clear of Kwara United and Rangers. So it's possible they would have done such a calculation. But it doesn't mean it must happen that way. You understand? They have, of the 4 outstanding matches, 1 played yesterday, 3 remaining, 2 are home, Ifanyoba and Lobby Stars. If you win those 2, it will take you to 36 points. You're not even top of the table, depending on the goal difference. Kwara United have got a healthy goal difference of plus 13, and of course, Kano players have got plus 7. Enyimba are on plus 4 right now. They don't score much. We know that. Enyimba don't score a lot of goals. So, it doesn't guarantee anything. So they have to walk the walk, get the results to eventually be wherever they want to be on the table.
All right, let's get to hear from you now. 0817-0000951, 0810951091. First, what do you make of Rivers United's win against Enyimba? Is this a sign of better things to come in this second half? Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello. Good afternoon, Obin and Emeka.
Good afternoon.
All right, Stanley calling from Port Harcourt.
Stanley, go ahead.
I just want to talk about Enyimba's outstanding match. Like I told you people the other day, Enyimba have not been fantastic this season. They should just do whatever they can to back on track or form. Because the outstanding matches they have, it was 4. They already lost 1, remaining 3. And from that 3 remaining, as a Rangers fan, I can authoritatively tell you that
they will lose to Rangers,
they should discount 3 points from that 2. The 2 should be remaining for now, and possibly get 3 or 4 points from the remaining 2. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your thoughts. All right, we would see. But like I said earlier, we've talked about Rivers United. We've also talked about boxing. Chisora out, Riola out, but Andy Ruiz Jr. and Joseph Parker. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Superman.
Lawson. The controversial Lawson. Tell us. Just find trouble now.
Seriously, the young Dutch, I am expecting, because that last season, at least, what's his name like? The other one driving for Vettel, leave him. I don't think he has to offer again. But that young Dutch, I think he's going to give Lewis Hamilton a fight this season. I'm expecting, yes, he's going to give him a very big fight. I'm expecting that. And Enyimba, forget it. When Enyimba comes to Rivers State, don't expect any this thing. Don't expect anything. Enyimba will always leave Rivers State empty-handed.
No, that's not true. They've gotten results here in the past. Enyimba have gotten results here in the past. They've beaten Dolphins 3-0 here in Port Harcourt. They have drawn with Rivers United at Yakubu Gowon in the past.
Emeka, recently they've been losing to Rivers.
No, but you said they will always. No, I'm trying to take you back. That's before now they've gotten results here in Port Harcourt.
Nobody has come to Rivers State and get and even go with a point. I don't
for this season.
For just this season. This season.
Even last season, they won most of their home games.
They lost a home match. Wikitoris beat them here in Port Harcourt last season. Rivers United.
Yes, I think that one is.
They also drew some matches in Port Harcourt. So, it's possible they win or lose or draw here. They've done that several in the past.
But what I'm telling you is that mark it down. Even when they go, well, maybe if they go to Abayi back and win, but in Port Harcourt, I don't see Enyimba winning. And the outstanding game, Enyimba may win 2 out of those games, the home games. They may win those ones. But the 2 away games, I don't think Enyimba can win them. So, I don't know. This season, if you are expecting to win the league, I think you will be mistaken. Then, please, I want to ask you a question, Emeka.
Okay.
I'm hearing, I don't know whether it is true, I'm hearing that the league, after most of these outstanding games are concluded, they want to go and do a Super 6, just the way the Women League did, because of the insecurity and then the fear of traveling and all that. I don't know how true is that.
No, it's not true. It's not true. To the best of my knowledge, it's not true.
Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Albert, good afternoon.
When I was talking yesterday about Derek, because somebody try to rubbish me, and then Mika wasn't here when I was talking about Derek, and Derek has been everywhere before Anthony Joshua and Tashikuri. When he won the Commonwealth title, that's the only title Derek won, and I think that's what title to win. Because you're a man, you have too many pride in you. You find it difficult to flourish. And his trainer are not good enough, and he's again, and they're not the first to give the desired result. Why can't you tell them maybe you bring in more trainer? So you're going to stop it. And Derek, the age of Derek now, you look at the every division, apart from Anthony Joshua, Tyson Fury, and Don't Wilder. The majority of them are very old. 40-something, 42, just like that, It's going to be difficult. He has been there for a while. And for him to come in and 1 minute is going to be difficult.
All right, sir. How about?
It's going to be a problem for Derek. You understand? So that's why I was talking. Somebody is trying to rubbish me. They don't know what
forgive him. He know it not what he was doing.
Yeah, of course, The family did good to understand what you are saying.
All right, Abba, thank you so much. We've gotten your thoughts. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Summer, greetings to you.
Eto, welcome.
Thank you, bro. I want to tell us that it's not true. People came here to River State to collect so many points. Ondo-based club, Sunshine Star, season before last. They
beat them 1-0 in Port Harcourt. I was there for that match.
I watched the match. So what are they
No,
saying?
I think it's
maybe
just this season.
This season, basically, I think.
So it's not true. As for Enyimba, it's a welcome development that if they can lose like 3 points at 3 matches, then they can go ahead and have 1 match.
Bad belly.
And Akwa United to win the league.
In
your dream.
With the fly, we don't use fly, we don't enter ball.
Nah, so Eto, thank you so much for your thoughts. On the text message portal, this one says, who did Akwa United play? Okay, Akwa United did not play. It was just a rescheduled game for only Enyimba and Rivers United. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This Buchi calling from
Buchi, you're welcome.
This more than remind us to say the season never end though. Now the second now that we
Thank you so much. You know, saying club no even did this.
No man, Bayelsa United. They play anything.
If you he's not even touching him. He just uses any club he likes to come up against. One more call and move over to Europe. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Wisdom and Dogu.
Good afternoon.
You see, tell that guy that Rivers.
No, leave the guy now. Knock your own. Don't leave the guy. Leave lost in a bag.
The guy is trying to provoke Abba fans.
We don't beat Dolphins 3-0 for Port Harcourt before. When they
They scored their goal on 85 minutes. That's our Enyimba problem this season. We know our problem is Fatai Osho. That guy, he likes playing safe football. That is not Enyimba pattern. Enyimba has potentials in attack, and he's not making good use of them. He's like Frank Lampard when he was Chelsea's coach. He has players don't know how to use it.
So we need to bring in Conte. What's his name now? Tuchel. Yes, we need to bring in Thomas.
He came in and began to use the abandoned players by Frank Lampard, and you can testify of what's happening in Chelsea now. That's the same thing happening to Enyimba.
All right.
Enyimba, I know they're going to come up.
So Rivers United has no comparison with Enyimba.
We are just we are not comparing them. Don't go there. Don't go there. We know we are the best club in Nigeria. No need to compare us with anything, please.
We'll squeeze in 2 more calls. Then we move on to Europe. Today's Sports Live. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon to the Sports Live.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's Mr. Liverpool calling from Oyibo Riverside. You never work alone, no matter anything.
Mr. Liverpool, are you a Rivers United fan?
I'm a Yimba, okay. People say me fan. Okay. Never play never. The quarter finalist of CAF Confederation.
No, don't throw us down. We are former African champions, 2-time African champions. What is CAF? What is quarter final of Confederation Cup?
Champions, the 2-time African champions.
Wow. Semi-finalist of CAF Confederation Cup 2018.
Yes, we are going to bring it back to Nigeria. We're concerned that yesterday game, is coming. I know it's how it's going to happen, but for the remaining future, Enyimba is going to win 3 or 4 games for the remaining future.
You're not training any men, just training any men.
Yeah, they will come out of first or second.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon. Hey, Simon, welcome.
Simon, I greet you specially.
Thank you. Anyway, what happened yesterday, that one is happened. The only thing, lesson I want to tell our coach here, let him also improve in game management. If he's telling me about bad pitch, how many clubs in Nigeria have good pitch that you go there and play like that? Let him know that in this country, there are few teams that have good pitch. So it means that anytime Enyimba, if you continue talking about bad pitch, anytime Enyimba wants to play, you will take Enyimba outside Nigeria to play with anything so that playing good pitch. So let him improve.
Simon, he also gave credit to Rivers United for the win. And it was not all about the bad pitch. He gave credit to Rivers United. They were deserving winners yesterday, yes.
That is the reason why I talk of game management. All these guys minutes losing.
So Simon, are you trying to say that he's also a Frank Lampard in Enyimba?
No. I disagree with the last caller. He's not a Frank.
He's an upgraded one. Mauricio Sarri.
He's trying so far. He's trying. I must give him credit. But anybody, being as much as you are trying, you still need room for improvement.
All right.
He's not yet there. There's a way that game management.
I agree with Simon at that point, Superman. I mean, look at the game against Orlando Pirates of South Africa. They considered the second goal in the 89th minute. They could have drawn that one. They didn't manage that one very well. Look at the game in Aba against Akwa United. They considered in additional time. They were leading 1-0 and Akwa United equalized in the additional time. I mean, just at the death of the encounter. So it's about game management. Yesterday they considered in the 85th minute, with 5 minutes at the end of the game, they could have held on to draw goalless here.
All right, from there we move on to Europe. All right, it was in the 2009 and 2010 season.
Under who?
Under Jose Mourinho. We need to add it, yes. Under Jose Mourinho. The one they call Jose Mourinho now. But under Jose Mourinho, he delivered an unprecedented Serie A, Champions League, and Coppa Italia treble. But ever since, Inter Milan have been more like a shadow of themselves. But they were confirmed as Serie A champions after rivals Atalanta drew 1-1 at Sassuolo on Sunday. The Nerazzurri have claimed the Scudetto for the first time, like I told you, since the 2009-2010 treble triumph. Antonio Conte's side have charged clear since the turn of the year, moving 13 points ahead of early pace setters Milan. No be who first score police the win case. Inter won 2-0 at Crotone on Saturday, meaning only an Atalanta win against Sassuolo could delay their celebrations. Inter's success ends a run of Juventus winning 9 consecutive titles, so they should rest a little bit. It is the Nerazzurri's 19th Scudetto, moving them clear of Milan into outright second place behind Juve, who have got 36 titles. So they need to take a break, really. But Emeka, Inter Milan, I'll come to the results shortly. Some of them, I mean, the one involving Napoli, a lot in that one. But Inter champions again, Well deserved, you want to say?
Yeah, well deserved.
Although AC Milan were the ones who
started. The early status. They went almost unbeaten. 20 matches unbeaten in the top flights out there in Europe. They were not. They didn't lose earlier. And at the end of the day, we thought they were the ones that will eventually claim the title from Juventus, but at some point they capitulated. No thanks to the injury to Zlatan Ibrahimovic. At some point, the goals stopped coming, and at the end of the day, Inter picked up, and they haven't looked back since then. With 4 games to spare, they are champions. So the remaining 4 matches, the coach can afford to bring in French players to give them action and all that. Good one for them. Deserved champions. Romelu Lukaku has got to be one of the key men for the side this season. I mean, second to Cristiano Ronaldo in terms of number of goals scored in the season. I think about 22 or 23 already for him. Just 5 behind Ronaldo. So and Lautaro Martinez. I mean, it was a generally a brilliant contribution from the entire team. Even some of those players we thought are gone, are finished. The United duo of Ashley Young and Alexis Sanchez, all part of this Inter side that eventually claimed the title. Brilliant one for Conte. He has shown that he can do it, not just with Juventus, where he won 3 titles before leaving them. Now he has done it with Inter for the first time in 11 years. Amazing one for the Nerazzurris.
All right. Amazing one.
No, unfortunately, the fans are not there to celebrate this one. Yeah. It would have been massive out there in Milan.
They did it outside. I was seeing some of the displays, but with a very stingy defense, which is typical of Antonio Conte, they did manage to win this particular one. I mean, you want to say a lot will be coming out at the end of the day. Maybe statistics, figures, who is
living,
who is
have
staying.
To put it out there. 29 goals they considered in 34 matches so far. The least by any club in
the number of goals considered was not even up to the games played. I mean, it tells you a lot about their defense, and of course the players too. You could remember the fact that he made changes, brought in some players that were called old legs, the likes of Ashley Young, some of the players, Alexis Sanchez, but somehow it worked out. Even Christian Eriksen wasn't even seeing game time again. But anyway, like I said, in the coming days and weeks, let's
congratulations
allow
to them.
enjoy.
I mean, Conte has done quite well with Inter.
All right, Emeka, let's look at the people who had won 36 titles prior to this time. Juve, they're still battling for top 4. In short, let me probably tell us what that top 4 positions look like at the moment. Emeka, will you be shocked if Juventus do not qualify for the Champions League at the end of the day? But first, let me read out the table so everybody would follow through in case you're not aware. Inter have won the league, 82 points. Atalanta are second with 69 points. Juventus are third with 69 points. AC Milan are fourth with 69 points. Napoli are fifth with 67 points. Lazio are sixth with 64 points. The others, likes of Roma, those ones, they finished. I don't think there's too much they would be able to do. Well, Mecca 64, 67, 69, 69, 69.
Amazing.
Juventus, would they make it to the Champions League?
The battle for the top 4.
And if not that Napoli even drew their game,
it would have been 69 points for the 4 teams that's behind Inter Milan right there. It's really interesting. One of them will drop out there, but I think Juve have got the experience and quality to eventually, at least make it to the Champions League. Still hold on to their position. They're currently third, and I think they'll be able to eventually, go through to the Champions League next season, finishing in the top 4.
All right, a quick look at all the results now. Verona 1, Spezia 1, Crotone 0, Inter 2, AC Milan 2, Benevento 0, Lazio 4, Genoa 3, Bologna 3, Fiorentina 3, Napoli 1, Cagliari 1, Sassuolo 1, Atalanta 1, Udinese 1, Juventus 2, Sampdoria 2, Roma 0. And tonight we see Torino take on Parma. Emeka, Victor Osimhen was on the score sheet, but it came with a price. A bloodied head at the end of the day in the process. The guy, he takes too much risk. Emeka, that's one of the discussions after that game from the men who do their thing before and after the games now, the journalists and pundits.
Yeah,
first, you think they'll be able to still make it to the UCL? Because I think that's why Osimhen is trying his best to see that somehow it happens.
That's the target. I mean, you were playing at home against Cagliari. You expected them to win. They scored first. Osimhen in the 13th minute, before Naitan Nandez did equalize for the visitors right there. I mean, two valuable points dropped, and they are outside the top 4 right now as a result of that match. But it will be difficult at this point because Atalanta a high scoring side. It doesn't look like they want to let go at this point. AC Milan haven't considered the title to Inter, would also want want to at least hold on to their position. And Juventus, with all their experience and quality, in the side, I think it will be difficult for Napoli. But you never can tell. Things can always turn around. 4 matches to go. I think they might just miss out this time. Yeah.
All right, Osimhen too. We do wish you all the best somehow. But that was not a serious injury; it's just a little bleeding. I'm sure he'll be fine. By the way, Ajax too were crowned champions in their own league, but we know that that league looks like Ajax and the others. Moving on, and one team with too many controversies at the moment. We're hearing blame games going up and down around Manchester. All right, Manchester United's home match against Liverpool was postponed after the Red Devils fans earlier entered Old Trafford in an anti-Glazer protest. United supporters entered the Old Trafford pitch as part of protest against the club's owners after earlier gathering outside the team's hotel ahead of Sunday's scheduled visit of Liverpool. The club's involvement in the breakaway European Super League, which swiftly collapsed, has reignited lingering resentment of the ownership at the club. The Glazers, who acquired the club through a leveraged buyout in 2005, have long been unpopular but have become the subject of increased criticisms in recent weeks. And just coming out, still of Old Trafford, Manchester United have denied reports club staff led supporters into Old Trafford during Sunday's protest, while the club are working with police to identify those involved in the criminal activity. Emeka, for an average listener, because the details of the deal, I think that's what is getting some people even angry. But they've been winning trophies since 2005. They've been buying big players, or at least maybe not exactly £300 million, but they've been buying big players.
Yeah, so, almost the world record when they brought in Paul Pogba, from Juventus to United for about £89 million.
Exactly.
They made so many other big signings thereafter.
So should the agitations be something? I mean, what else do the fans want?
I think it's down to their role in the breakaway Super League that didn't see the light of the day.
They were not the only ones, were they?
Yes, recall that even Chelsea fans protested too. Liverpool fans, they are all unhappy about the situation. Yes, the 6 English teams eventually pulled out. The Super League collapsed, at least for now.
Or maybe it's the American
and the fans are
league.
not happy about it. Yeah,
the fans are not happy about
it. Yes, we from another story coming through from the BBC says the Manchester United Supporters Trust have now urged the co-chairman Joel Glazer to engage, with the fans to avoid a repeat of the protest at Old Trafford that prevented them from playing, Liverpool at the weekend. So they need to engage with the fans. Yes, you're the owner of the club, but somehow the fans have got a huge stake. A lot of them are season ticket holders, they have supported this club for donkey years before you even came to acquire majority rights there to own the club and all that. So they feel they also have a say in the club, and that's what they're calling for. A meeting that will chart the way forward as far as the future of the club is concerned. What happened over the weekend was shameful, to say the least. That match against Liverpool, heavy, massive fixture in English football, did not eventually hold. Now they released a statement that denying that a club staff opened the gate for the protesters to come in. But if you are denying that, who actually opened the gate? That's another question. If you are saying it's maybe not a club staff, how did they get in? How did those around 200 fans get into protest and eventually stop that game against Liverpool from taking place? So these are some of the questions they need to ask. But apparently all is not well. You talk about winning trophies and all that. Come on, 2017 was the last time they won a trophy when Mourinho was in charge of that side. It's 4 years down the line right now. Yes, where are they in the Europa League now? Yes, they have a good chance of eventually claiming Europa League. One of the trophies they won in 2017 as well under Mourinho. But come on,
how would you blame that on the Glazer family? Because I know they brought in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, but the fans, apparently most of them these days even love Solskjaer.
Trust me, 50-60% of the fans of United around the world today don't believe Solskjaer will be able to win anything significant at the club.
Okay.
They still don't believe he's the right man for the job. more like a Frank Lampard situation at Chelsea. It's more like a time bomb. It's just a question of some string of poor results. The man could just be on his way out. United are up and down. There's nothing straightforward about the side. We saw how they got booted out of the Champions League in the group stage by RB Leipzig. The German side. So you look at it very well. It doesn't look like the man. The fans are very happy or comfortable with him in charge of the club. He doesn't have the experience in quotes to actually manage a big side like United. So let's see how it goes. At the end of the day, the ball will stop on the ball will stop on the, how do they put it?
Table.
Yeah, the table of the the owners who have the final say. They are the ones approving the funds to bring in a coach or maybe a player or whatever, as the case may be. So you will still take it back to them. When Chelsea are doing well, yes, you give credit to the manager, but come on, Abramovich is the one spending the money, so you have to give kudos to the man as well.
All right, a quick look at the result. Man City beat Crystal Palace 2-0 at Selhurst Park. Brighton they did beat Leeds at the Amex Stadium 2-0. Chelsea at Stamford Bridge with Fulham 2-0, and Everton at Goodison Park lost to Aston Villa 1-2. Those games were held on Saturday. On Sunday we had just 2 games. Newcastle losing to Arsenal 2-0, and Tottenham Hotspur beating Sheffield United 4-0 with Gareth Bale getting a hat-trick right there. But Emeka, there is also a question of people that want to qualify for Champions League in England. I don't know, maybe that game would have helped us know more. But for now, Tottenham are 5th with 56 points. Chelsea are 4th with 61 points. Leicester are 3rd with 63 points. Man United are 2nd with 67 points. West Ham are actually 6th now with 55 points. Liverpool are 7th.
And haven't played a fewer game. We have a game in hand.
Liverpool are 7th with 54 points.
Also with the game in hand, the one that's supposed to play against Man United.
Very true. Everton they also have a game in hand, but down 52 points. I mean, it goes down on and on. 2 games to expect today: Burnley, West Ham, West Brom, Wolves. Emeka, let me just leave you, because I would have asked. I mean, it's a question that will still continue: who would qualify at the end of the day? But I think it's something that.
It's
still
not
looks
clear.
somehow.
It's
not
right
clear
now
at all.
It's not clear.
All right, moving on to Spain. Barcelona withstood a scare to beat Valencia 3-2 and set up a grandstand Camp Nou clash with La Liga leaders Atletico Madrid next weekend. Lionel Messi missed the penalty, but scored twice, including a sublime free kick with Antoine Griezmann also on target at the Mestalla. The Barcelona goals came after the jolt of conceding early in the second half when Gabriel Paulista headed in from a corner to give the hosts the lead, with visiting boss Ronald Koeman banned from the touchline after his dismissal in the shock defeat to Granada. Carlos Soler drove in a spectacular late second for Valencia, but Barcelona's success means they are back to just 2 points behind Atleti and level again with Real Madrid as the saga of the title race heads for a thrilling conclusion. Tonight, we have Sevilla taking on Athletic Bilbao. Emeka, an interesting La Liga season. It's been a while we saw a 3-horse race in Spain. Now make it a 4-horse race.
Yeah, with Sevilla.
That's gone out the last 4 games of the season.
If they win, they will just be 1 point behind both Barca and Real Madrid, who are on 73 points. 74 points.
74?
Yeah, so at the end of the day, it's looking very interesting right there.
For Real Madrid,
in Spain. Yes, Barcelona did beat Valencia yesterday, but we thought they would have been on top by now after going down to Granada. They were supposed to beat Granada. They led in that encounter, but Granada scored 2 goals to eventually deny them all 3 points right there at Camp Nou. And somehow, in short, they are still third on the table. For Valencia, they sacked their coach after the match. Javier Gracia, the former Watford man, has been sacked after the 3-2 loss to
struggling badly.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going down the wire. Personally, I think Real Madrid will win this one. Now, here's the permutation for me. I think Real will be able to win their remaining matches. If they do that, I see Barcelona beating Atletico Madrid at Camp Nou this weekend. That will mean Barca will go top right there. But of course, if Madrid win all their remaining matches, and they will be equal on points with Barcelona, which means head-to-head will come in. In fact, Madrid have got a better head-to-head against both Barca and Atletico Madrid. So, I see Barca cancelling out Atletico and giving Madrid the edge in terms of head-to-head to go ahead to claim the title.
All right, one game to expect in Germany later today. Mainz 05. They will be up against
Hertha Berlin. That game will come up by 5 p.m. Nigerian time. A quick look at the German Bundesliga table. Even if they were not interested in playing this week, but it
was a cup weekend there.
Yeah, 71 points still for Bayern Munich. They're on top, 64 for RB Leipzig. Wolfsburg are third with 57 points. So I think there's still time, but it looks like Bayern will still run away at the end of the day with this one. Ligue 1, PSG 2, Lens 1, Lille 2, Nice 0. Bordeaux 1, Rennes 0. Brest 1, Nantes 4. Moses Simon was on the score sheet. Dion 1, Metz 5. Lorient 2, Angers 0. Terry Murphy played for some time but didn't score. Nîmes 2, Reims 2. Montpellier 1, Saint-Etienne 2. Monaco 2, Lyon 3. Emeka, there is a fight too here. It looks like it might be the last battle. Because if Lille are still managing to keep a calm head and maintain the push, maybe we might need to wait till the very last 2 games to see PSG.
That's what they're doing right now. They're holding on, and it's looking very interesting. I mean, look at what happened in Italy already. Inter Milan being crowned champions.
Yeah.
PSG are perennial winners out there in France. Yes, at some point Monaco came in to disrupt the flow, but right now Lille have got the advantage, a point ahead of PSG with just 3 matches to the end of the season. I mean, it means if they win their remaining 3 matches, they'll be crowned champions. Doesn't matter what PSG do. So it's looking very, very interesting, and it would be nice to see that eventually happen. We don't usually enjoy it when is one team winning 10 league titles in a row, 8 league titles in a row. It takes the shine. Yeah, it's predictable. It takes the shine off the league. Some derby, the Farmers League, and all that. But come on, French football has evolved a lot of improvement over the years. Last season we saw 2 French sides in the semi-finals of the UEFA Champions League, Lyon and PSG, who eventually played in the final. PSG are still in the semi-final right now. Yes, they lost that first leg semi-final clash to City. But come on, it's nice to see that there's another French club, Lille, who even sold their star man from last season, Victor Osimhen, to Napoli. And of course, his replacement, David Jonathan, who came in from the Belgian league, is doing quite well. Brilliant one right there. And I mean, Monaco, we thought they are dead and buried. They are still there. I mean, they're in the Champions League positions right now with 71 points.
The coach changes. Maybe he walked out, I tell you. But quickly, let's look at the WhatsApp portal. This one says, good afternoon, sports gang. Enyimba losing was not a surprise to me, bearing in mind that fatigue and injury have set into the team. On Wednesday, we'll bounce back against the Anambra Warriors. Our next move now is how to defeat Pyramid, Zobu Nzobu, Chigozie Precious. Emeka keep representing Enyimba for Rivers State. Emeka no say landlords we did for this state now Rivers United. You are urging him to keep representing.
No, but would they fly in by flag?
It will be fun to watch Ronaldo seeking a new challenge in the Europa League, scoring hat-tricks on Thursday night against newly discovered club side and taking off his shirt to show his 6-packs would be a delight.
It will not happen.
Thursday night would then be better than Tuesday and Wednesday, according to his fans. I wish Juventus all the best in their struggles. Frank from Rumukrushi. On the text message portal, this one says, nobody gives Chelsea a chance to go this far, including the media. Nagodo, Morgan with that one. Okay. This one says, Man United knew they will lose the match, so they have to connive with their fans. I am Chelsea.
But it will still be played. That's the good thing about it.
This one asking about where Barca is on the table. I'm sure you've confirmed that now. Today's Sports Life, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Roland from Roland, quickly, let's hear you. Please speak up, Roland. We're struggling to hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, talking about Real Madrid. I believe Real Madrid are taking the lead. PSG will only come back and win the league when they lose to Man City. I'm talking about Manchester United. I feel very bad. I feel very excited when I saw everything, but just that it doesn't happen. In fact, the fans did it the right way. They did it when they even have a big fight against their rivals. They even have it when at Deeping, they even have to do it when Man City, their neighbors. I don't have to even watch them saying they did. They were supposed to
all right, Roland. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Today's Sports Live, good afternoon.
Superman.
Crossing quickly.
What happened yesterday in Manchester was a disgrace. I am telling you, that is a picture that is watched all over the world. In fact, that is the English version of El Clasico.
Sure.
And therefore, yes, for them to come and do what they did, the Chelsea fans, they protest. But after a while, the ball place was cleared and they played that game. So I don't know. You cannot stand in the way of a free market enterprise. He bought it just like the Arsenal owner. He said he doesn't want to sell.
All right,
He has
Lawson.
no right to force him to sell.
All right,
for me, it was a disgrace.
All right, Lawson. Thank you so much for your thought. One more call and we are out of here.
Superman, as a matter of fact, no, it was the first time in the history of the Premier League that fan protests prevented a match from taking place in the Premier League.
They have to know. Fans probably would want to show you that they still have some powers. All right, that's why we draw the curtains on today's Sports Live today.
Before we go, I have this birthday shout out, belated one at that, to my friend Chukure Prince Will. Yesterday was his birthday, and I say, may God's blessings, grace, and favor find expression in your life in Jesus' name.
Amen. All right, that's where we draw the curtains. And Mecca Dena was here, the Odugu one of sports. Wisdom Obina was here. Queen Chikeze ran around, but somehow she came a little bit too late.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good evening. Here's the news update at 4 on Today, 95.1 FM. I am Kala Dakorubatibo. The federal government has approved the establishment of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. The new center will be domiciled in the office of the National Security Advisor, and retired Major General A.M. Diko has also been appointed as Pioneer Coordinator. The announcement was made in a statement signed by the head Strategic Communication Office of the National Security Advisor, Zakaria Usman. Usman said the decision is part of the ongoing restructuring of Nigeria's security architecture. According to the statement, the center replaces the defunct Presidential Committee on Small Arms and Light Weapons and shall serve as the institutional mechanism for policy guidance, research, and monitoring of all aspects of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. The statement added that the center will serve as the national focal point on small arms and light weapons in Nigeria and lead a multi-stakeholder process involving government ministries, departments, agencies, and the civil society in implementing all national, UN, and ECOWAS plans of action on the control of small arms and light weapons. The Nigeria Labour Congress has taken a swipe at Nigerian politicians for allegedly being insensitive to the plight of the workers in the country. Speaking during an interview on the live television program, NLC President Ayuba Waba said the minimum wage in 1981 was more than $125, but regretted that it is now below $60. Waba said the current index in Nigeria cannot sustain an average worker who earns an amount same as the price of rice. The Labour leader also threatened a shutdown in states where governors are yet to implement the new national minimum wage. A group under the aegis of Bridge Builders Initiative for Green Nigeria has blamed the rise in insecurity in Rivers State on lack of employment. National President of the group, Emmanuel Chigoziri Ogu, at an event held in Port Harcourt, for the supporters of the Minister of Transportation, Chibika Amechi, said lack of meaningful employment leads the young people to engage in illegal activities. Chigoziri Ogu, however, noted that there is the need to preach peace to the people, causing insecurity in the country.
The major cause of insecurity is lack of employment opportunities. When you have refused to employ active, vibrant and employable young men and women, they will go ahead to employ themselves into other vices and negative sectors of life. In River State here, major cause of insecurity in River State is bunkering businesses. Because they are not employed into the industries, into government agencies, they are resorted into bunkering. And when government security agencies go against them, you see them coming out, doing kidnapping and other things.
On his part, Afonya Anna Brabra, who is the state coordinator of the group, advised the people to give relevant information to security agencies to tackle insecurity in the states.
In recent time, we have also noticed that the state of security in Nigeria, in particular River State, just last weekend, I think on Saturday, not this past Saturday, we heard about the Omagwa Ilele issue, and it's a very bad scenario. We don't want such in River State. As a group, we also partner with government, both federal and state, to assist them with relevant information, because we are not armed, we are just an ordinary people, and we cannot go and fight any criminal or something. But it's to give privileged information to the security agencies so that they will use to curb down all these criminals. So let us have peace. We have been peaceful for a while, but in recent time, what they are doing is not called for. We don't need such thing now.
On the foreign scene, South Africa has received its first batch of the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine to boost the country's vaccination program. The vaccine, which arrived the country last night, will be received every week with a total of 4.5 million doses expected by the end of June. South Africa resumed vaccination using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine that had stopped being administered over reports of blood clots in other countries. According to data from the Health Ministry, the country has so far vaccinated 318,670 people. South Africa has so far recorded 1,584,000. I take that again. South Africa has recorded 1,584,064 coronavirus cases, including 54,417 deaths. And that was the news update at 4 on Today95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. Wash your hands on a regular with soap on the running water. Avoid touching your face and eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Good evening. I am Kala Dakoribatibor. Happy Workers' Day. Stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM. The platform on radio is up next.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. Every weekday at 4 p.m. Get on the platform on radio and be served.
so Nigeria won't die. Which way Nigeria? Which way? Which way Nigeria? Tell me which way to go. I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know which way Nigeria is heading to. Every little thing that goes wrong, we start to blame the government. We know everything that goes wrong because we are part of the government. Let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria won't die. Which way Nigeria? Which way? Which way Nigeria? Tell me which way to go. Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Want to know which way Nigeria is heading to. Inefficiency and indiscipline is ruining the country now.
All right, which way Nigeria? Sonia Coulson with that one. Okay, I am Canada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. Welcome to today's edition of the Platform on Radio. Good evening to you once again. I'm looking at the clock. 10 minutes going past the hour of 4. And I want to quickly start with the Caught the Eye segment. And you can quickly go on social media. The questions are there already. Facebook at the Calendar. That's the Facebook page. Same thing with Twitter. Go and drop your comments. A lot of people, 2 or 3 people retweeting. I need comments, not retweets, please. Let's hear what you've got to say on these very issues that I'm about to raise. The handle is THEKALADA, the Calendar. So quickly on Call the Eye segment before I go on to the Platinum Radio proper. So I hear today is a Workers' Day. Okay, 1st of May was a Saturday, so they had to celebrate it today. And the Labour Congress president at the national level, Ayuba Waba, made a comment which caught my attention and I'd like to share with you. And that is the fact that he made reference to 1981 when the minimum wage was above $125. And right about now, it is below $60. And I'm asking myself the question, are we progressing or are we retrogressing? Are we progressing or are we retrogressing? I would like to hear I didn't put this question on social media, but you could also still tackle it on social media. I like to hear because the Call the Eye segment is basically for social media. I want us to find a way to create a community on social media so our voice can still be heard, because I hear this day the social media is where a lot of things are happening. Okay, moving on to the other one. I also hear today is the World Press Freedom Day. So I heard it's on social media, it's on the internet, that today is World Freedom Day. And that the president, Muhammadu Buhari, has come out to say, you know what, I will continue to give the press freedom, but the press should also act responsibly. And that caught my attention. I don't understand what he meant by responsibly, so I read the report from different newspapers and news media platforms, and then I began to even stay more confused. President Muhammadu Buhari has reiterated the commitment of his administration to freedom of the press and urged the media professionals to wield such freedom responsibly. Femi Adesina, the president's spokesperson, in a statement on Sunday in Abuja, said Mr. Buhari's reassurance was contained in the message to mark this year's World Press Freedom Day. The statement quoted Mr. Buhari, where I got confused. He said the media must be sensitive to what we are going through as a country. Anything that will exacerbate the situation and further inflame passions and emotions should be avoided. The media needs to ensure that while informing, educating, entertaining, and continue to talk about setting things that might escalate. So that's my understanding. I mean, maybe you might think differently from me. So let's say Boko Haram kills 24. We are not supposed to have a conversation that escalates the scenario. So is that not tantamount to hiding information from the people? I understand the talk of national security. I understand it from the point that sometimes we need to have these conversations in a way where it does not weaken our national security or does not weaken our unity. But sometimes these conversations are not avoidable. You know, it is something that must be hard. And so I'm wondering in my head, is this a subtle message of saying, hey guys, don't talk about certain things? I'm wondering in my head, do we really have press freedom? You know, basically that's what I want to ask. And it's on social media as well. Another thing that caught my attention is financial investments. Financial investments on Twitter currently trending right about now is what do you call it now? One Muna, I think one Muna girl, I think Muna Chuku Ebuka, something like that. I can't remember her son name. She's trending, and it is because she's said to have run a financial investment platform that has defrauded people of over 300 million naira. Of course, Maxwell Odum is also trending on Twitter. His platform MBA Forex is also trending on Twitter. And, you know, a certain church is being called out as well concerning Maxwell Odum. And that is because of the situation of MBA Forex, where a lot of people did investments. I hear there was a protest recently here in Port Harcourt to a particular church by investors in that Forex platform, and they are calling for a return of their money, not the investment, not ROI now. They just want their capitals or their capital. And I'm wondering in my head, because you would remember that only in River State, about 74 million naira was invested by different people in the state. And I'm wondering, hey, where's the CBN? Where is the EFCC? Because these are agencies that should be monitoring financial flows in the country. I remember during the End SARS protest, a lot of these institutions were walking about, freezing accounts, making sure that you know, this is the reason why I asked the question last week. Will these individuals get their money? Will they really get their money? Because when you look at the agencies, the financial agencies who are supposed to be helping Nigerians stay out of fraudulent activities, they are silent. EFCC hasn't said anything, or maybe they are doing some underground work. We do not know. But we've not heard anything from the EFCC. There is no media trial this time. There is no Maxwell Odum carrying that placard to show that he has been or is being investigated for fraudulent activities. The CBN is silent, even though Maxwell Odum has said on certain occasions that the CBN is the one that has frozen the account and the company is unable to pay investors their money and their return on investment. Okay. Time is fast spent. I'm going to quickly go into the platform of radio now. But before I do, I made a journey to Ogbakiri over the weekend. And, you know, my Ikoyi bloodline came calling. I probably must have been dodging for such a long time, but hey, you can't dodge for so long. So my Ikoyi bloodline came calling, and I decided to visit Ogbakiri for a family meeting on, I think, over the weekend. I'm not going to say the particular date. And I did see a lot of things that caught my attention. I saw large expanse of land. I saw agriculture taking place. I saw the possibility of a new town, the possibility of urban development in Obakiri. Reason being, Obakiri is not really far from Obiakpor, and there's been a lot of concentration in Fanga and Obiakpor. And when you look at it, when you look at how congested these places are becoming, you would want to expand. And we've argued on several occasions that the bridge and the flyovers might not just be good enough to reduce the traffic situation that is coming as a result of congestion in the town or the towns. Even though I hear there's something I saw on Instagram, I cannot verify it at the moment, that the governor has been given an award for best governor in the year 2020 or thereabout because of his infrastructural development. I still tend to believe that more can be done. But this time around, I do not want to point the accusing fingers to the governor. I'm wondering what the local government administrators are doing. Sometimes they come on major spaces and say, oh, we don't have enough funds and blah, blah, blah. We're not even going to look at the funds because in my idea, funds are not the reasons why our local governments are underdeveloped. I think they lack ideas. You quote me anywhere. I said it. The local government administrators lack credible ideas. And the reason why I say this is because I'm thinking of Akari. There could have been some kind of public-private partnership where real estate developers, for instance, go and develop wonderful estates. Because, once again, Obakri is not very far from Choba, Rumusi, and definitely not far from the rest of Port Harcourt. 15, 20 minutes, you're in Port Harcourt. They could have developed those areas where estate guys will come build very wonderful estates with all the necessary things in the estate, and people would have gradually been moving there. They could have worked with companies. They could have attracted companies from all around the world. Come put your car plant here. Come put your phone plant here. Come put your noodles plant here. Whatever plant you want to do. One, they'll be giving employment to their indigenes. People of other tribes will also be there, thereby making Obakri and the entire Emoa local government area a developed or gradually developing local government. And this is not limited to Emoa local government, all the other local governments. And then I'm wondering, what are they thinking? Oh, I guess they're thinking of how they can put boreholes for the community, put light on the streets, and all those very minor projects, very menial projects. Money is not everything. Like entrepreneurs will tell you, money is not really what is needed to start a business. Ideas are what you need. And I think the local government administrators lack the ideas. And this is just me thinking at a layman's level. You've not thought about these guys who get paid, and they have a team of experts, team of advisors. But hey, what do I know? Like I said, these questions are on Facebook and Twitter. I want you to drop your comments at Thekalada, Thekalada. Let's form a community there. You and I are a family. All right, to the platform on radio properly now. I'm going to go straight to the menu for today. On the menu on the platform on radio, federal government approves the establishment of a National Center for Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. DSS threatens to clamp down on those it describes as agents of anarchy in Nigeria. Senior lecturers in government-owned tertiary institutions threaten to resume their suspended strike. Interesting conversation. Stay tuned. Remember, this is the platform on radio on Today95.1 FM. I am Canada, and I like to think of myself as the man of the people. And we just finished the Cordial segment, but you can continue the conversations on social media. First story. The federal government has approved the establishment of the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light Weapons. The new center will be domiciled in the office of the National Security Advisor, and retired Major General A.M. Diko has also been appointed as Pioneer Coordinator. The announcement was made in a statement signed by the Head Strategic Communications Office of the National Security Advisor, Zakaria Usman. Usman said the decision is part of the ongoing restructuring of Nigeria's security architecture. According to the statement, the center replaces the defunct Presidential Committee on Small Arms and Light Weapons and shall serve as the institutional mechanism for policy guidance, research, and monitoring of all aspects of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria. The statement added that the center will serve as the national focal point on small arms and light weapons in Nigeria and lead a multi-stakeholder process involving government ministries, departments, agencies, and the civil society in implementing all national, UN, and ECOWAS plans of action on the control of small arms and light weapons. Now, one thing I've noticed, we like to create committees and we like to create duplicates, or would I say we like to multiply agencies. I mean, we have agencies who almost do the same thing. Sorry about that. They almost do the same thing. I mean, just for thinking's sake, is there really much difference looking at the roles and responsibilities between the SSG and the Chief of Staff? I stand to be corrected. I mean, I had the research yesterday and I was shocked. But anyways, moving on. We tend to create committees. We tend to create new agencies. I mean, we have the EFCC and the ICPC, which are federal agencies and in my opinion do the same things. And there was the Presidential Committee on Small Arms and Light Weapons. And all of a sudden, that one was scrapped. And now we have a new agency, which is called the National Center for the Control of Small Arms and Light. In my opinion, by the way, it's just a change of name. I don't know about you, but this is just a change of name for me. So I am skeptical. I'm going to tell you my mind on the show today. I am skeptical, but I don't know about you. I don't know. Maybe you probably would have expectations because we desire certain results. We desire certain things to happen. I mean, we can't allow certain few people go around causing mayhem in our society, whether we call them bandits, whether we call them renegades, whether we call them terrorists. We can allow these people go around perpetrating mayhem here and there. How do they get their guns? How do they get their rocket launchers? How do they get their ammunitions? So one would want to wonder, one would want to think. And I'm wondering if the center can handle. I mean, like I said, it's just a change of name. I want to believe they'll use the same offices, they'll use the same memos that were used before, probably the same intelligence, probably even the same workers. Just maybe the top men will be changed. So really, do you think any change is coming? Do you see anything effectively done in the future to stop the proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Nigeria, because there is so much of it in our society? The numbers are open for your contributions right about now. 0817 0000951 and 081095100951. All right, let's find out who's here. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Canada, good evening.
Good evening to you.
Okwando Obinna is my name.
All right, Okwando Obinna, welcome.
Thank you, my brother. You see, my problem is not the duplication of agencies or offices or what we have. My problem is for them to do their work. Look at the level of light weapons and ammunition that are circulating in this country.
Oh my, we lost that call. Sorry about that. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from? Can you speak out? I can't really hear what you're trying to say.
Can you hear me now?
Sounds like Obina, but still not audible enough.
Are you hearing me now?
All right, go ahead. I'm going to try to squeeze.
My brother, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, Obina, you have to call back. I do not know what's happening, but let's keep the calls coming in. 0817 0000951 and 081095100951. Let's find out who's here. 95.1 FM.
Canada.
Yes, what's your name?
Yeah, Judy from Oyubo. You're asking how do they get their gun?
That's not the question. I'm asking how effective will this new agency be?
You mean the agency on the newly created agency?
Yes.
Yes, now their aim, what is their major aim? Their major aim is to collect, make sure that they get all the IPAB members and their gun. What that is their task. They were not formed to collect any gun from Fulani herdsmen. their own is just to make sure that there is no arm floating in southeast.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yes, Canada, as I was saying.
Welcome back. Yeah.
Yes. My problem is not the duplication of offices. But most of these agencies, offices are not doing their work.
All right.
Look at the rate at which light weapons, ammunition is circulating in this country, and small boys are using it to harass our security agencies. I think the government and the people have seen, and even these people manning these agencies have seen the implications of their laxity of work. So I think that change is on site. I think that there is going to be an improvement with this new commission that has been, inaugurated.
Really?
I am praying that it will not be business as usual, because nobody is going to benefit from wrong or bad environment. So I think there is, hope. That is my take, my
All right, thank you very much for calling. Not quite open there. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Hello.
Yeah, sounds like Grandpa. Grandpa, welcome.
Okay. I used to be optimistic, but in this one now, I should be pessimistic.
Why are you pessimistic?
Because the former IG made a lot of talks, commanded people, mob up arms everywhere, and we spoke a lot here. I, for one, I spoke in almost all the radio stations in River State. Yet, the more the announcements, opening of the arms, the more arms are that are in circulation. And then, 2023, sir, already at hand. I know that our politicians are the causes of these problems. They give these arms to these people who they later abandon and don't take care of them. And then they have the guns on with them, and then can make use of them as they like, because they have been trained, they have been sensitized to kill. So the election in Nigeria is key. If you don't kill, you will not succeed. If you don't remove your opponent, if you don't terrify your opponent, you cannot succeed.
Right.
So they are using this voice. How can you use the voice and then think of mopping up arms? How can it happen? The two things are parallel. So I'm asking that if they want to do it, they start from the politicians, asking politicians to voluntarily, because they voluntarily return the arms, and ask the boys that have empowered with arms to return the arms.
Right.
Unless they do this, it is going to be a game in security.
All right, then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Grandpa there. All right, moving on there. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
In Canada.
JJ, welcome.
I greet you.
I greet you right back.
When they said that is football, another one, I think the government tries to make this one. But I think it's just people that are given responsibility to do it very well. Now, just because the criminals don't know what those will think. They just like will tell you, oh, they are smuggling rice, they are smuggling that, they are smuggling this. That will come to market and begin to search people's strength. There are people.
JJ, your line is breaking. Please, can you do well to call us back? I do not understand what the network is up to this evening. 95.1 FM.
Canada.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Lost and welcome.
I don't think, yes, some of these things are necessary. They know where I don't understand Nigeria. All these weapons that are flooding into the country, we all know where it is coming from now.
No, I do not know. Lost and speak for yourself. I do not know.
Now, let me explain to you.
Okay.
These weapons you see today, it all started in 1999 when the politicians came. Because the politicians is something, this thing I'm telling you, something I've seen, we had to go to government house. I don't want to mention the government house.
Let's leave the government house. We know where you are, but let's leave it. Go on.
Good. They go and they give them weapons during the election. They will use it win the election and they don't bother about retrieving the weapons. It is all these weapons that are all over the place that every election they will give weapons. They don't give back. Every election they will give. When the military, let us be frank, when the last time Abdul Salami handed over, these light weapons were not the way it is today. It's everywhere. And then you keep setting up committees, setting up this to do what? And when you set it up, at the end of the day, when there is election, you these politicians will gather these weapons and then they will use it. And so what are you recovering? What are you doing to... for me, I think they are taking us for a ride. They think we are fools, and that is why they are doing what they are doing. It is not necessary. You know where the problem is. If you want to stop all of this, stop the politicians from these weapons, the AK-47, that is all over. Look at the amount they're selling. 300, 400,000. These boys carrying it. Can they buy? Somebody called us and said, your radio station and that at Okwebwe, he can tell us that they have up to 30-something people carrying AK-47 freely in the community. You understand? And nobody even made any effort to go there. The so-called GSS, nobody went there to check who gave it to them for something that is up to 400,000. So politicians should not take us for a ride.
All right, thank you very much, Lostin. We've got to go. Thank you very much there. 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Hello, Reverend Father Canada.
All right, Sam, welcome. Sam, welcome.
Yeah, the Reverend of the people. Yeah. Canada, you see, they keep saying light weapons. And whereby we see these boys carrying big machine guns, killing people around, and they will say light weapons. The one the bandits are using now, is it light weapons? And when you begin to see that it's the big machine gun, you will know that these big men, they are responsible. Collaborating with our security forces to see that this ammunition come into the nation. And even the custom. I don't know. Canada, have made my research. I've come to understand that up to 90% of the citizens in this country, they all just want to be doing things, shady kind of business. I don't understand. Because is it the custom? They said, let nobody pass through the border. You will see, I don't understand. Boys will be bringing in ammunition. Is it the policemen, when they say don't do this, things will be going on as if there is nothing. You see, the truth is that these politicians, I don't understand why they will see politics as a do or die affair. That is the reason why and you see, one thing again we should see, these people, they will be in office and they will be using taxpayers' money to be buying ammunition and be stocking it somewhere whereby they are ready to see that when the election comes, they will distribute it to their guys and they will go and begin to be on rampage and begin to cause havoc just because they want to sit tight on a political whatsoever position or want to go higher. So the security agents, I don't know what DSS are doing. They should be beaming their searchlight on this high office holder, most especially the politicians, to monitor them and their activities, their phone, all these things. They should monitor it very well to know how they are operating so that we can stop these things. If not, coming up to sing song and tell stories, very tell, these things will not help.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll beam our searchlight on them.
Thank you very much, Sam there. Thank you very much. Remember, you can send in your text messages and WhatsApp messages as well. The number is 0701 933 9962. Let's look at this one now. Good evening, Mr. Kalada. I am William from Fuche Community, Kalabari Delga. With the ever-increasing security palaver in the country, I think the time has come for us to deploy forensic science and technology method to unravel the mystery. This will definitely go a long way to reducing the already tense security situation to the barest minimum. All right, thank you very much for that one on WhatsApp. Let's move on now to the next story, where it has to do with a report on the Department of State Services saying it will begin a clampdown on those described as agents of anarchy in various parts of the country. In a statement by spokesman Peter Afunaya, the service faltered those said to be creating instability through comments that threaten the sovereignty and corporate existence of the nation. It also condemned what it called the unnecessary vituperations and activities of some religious and past political leaders who have either called for a forceful change of government or mass action against it. The DSS described as unfortunate a situation where those who should be patriotic were allowing their personal ambitions to ruin the nation. It reminded every Nigerian that although democracy offers free speech, it does not give room to reckless pronouncements. I beg your pardon. Now, something caught my attention. It says it will begin to clamp down on those it described as agents of anarchy in various parts of the country. It is the report I read online on one of the newspaper pages. It says he knows the people who are causing the various distractions of our development, our country's growth, and he says they are politicians. And like the one on our news bulletin, it says that certain religious leaders and past political leaders are the ones calling for forceful change of government or mass action against it because of their selfish and personal ambitions. My question is this a way of saying to those people who are very vocal about the things they believe are bedeviling the country? I mean, the people who are disgruntled enough to come out on various media channels and say, hey, we don't like what is happening in the security sector. We don't like what is happening in the economic sector. Is this a confrontation with them? I'm looking at the DSS statement. Is this a confrontation with them? Is this a way of saying, hey, you're talking too much. You're becoming loquacious. Take a chill pill, relax. We all are in the Nigeria, and we all are going through what we all are going through. So I'm wondering why you're complaining. Is this such? Because I'm wondering in my head, if the DSS know the people causing the mayhem, why have they not been picked? Why are they warning them? Why are they not carrying them? I mean, if they really know, okay, politician Kalada gave Lawson and Mascot and Sam guns to do this and do that, why are they not picking them up? Why are they not picking all the people that the guns have been given to? I'm thinking. And the last paragraph on our news bulletin also caught my attention. It says, it reminded every Nigerian, rather, that although democracy offers free speech, it does not give room to reckless pronouncements. And it takes me back to the presidential speech on the World Press Freedom Day. And I'm wondering, is this a subtle way of saying, hey, guys, Constitution talks if you talk, but no talk anyhow? I mean, where does the right to freedom of speech even end? Where does it end? I'd like to know. And really, what determines, or who determines, what comments are threatening unity or causing disunity or threatening the peace of the country? Who determines? Really, who determines? Is it the court? Is it the DSS? Is it the president? Is it the National Assembly? Is it the UNI? Is it who determines? These are the issues. 0817 0000951 and 08109510 Your text messages, WhatsApp messages to the number 0701 9339962. Okay, nobody there. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Canada.
Yeah, good evening to you. What's your name?
Yeah, my name is Mr. Osita. I'm calling from Abia State.
Osita from Abia State. Welcome.
Yes, Mr. Canada, you asked a wonderful question, and I want to give you a simple answer. In DSS, you ask yourself question, where did this comment start coming from them? You look at what Reverend Padambaka said. I get me. They are always pointing to Padambaka. They don't want to hear the truth. Secondly, who is DSS? Why is DSS established? Do you know that I feel ashamed of this agency whenever I look at them, that they are seeking Joseph without doing anything. Mr. Canada, how can we have DSS in this country and bandits or whatever they call them, herdsmen and other
are parading themselves. And JSS have not come up to tell us, look at people that are sponsoring them, look at where these guys are, and then go freely to Niger State and wreak havoc, and JSS will not have any intelligence about them. Mr. Canada, I want to shock you. Do you know that in my own community, I'm not telling you, sometimes people like evidence, right? Mr. Canada, can you accompany me?
I like evidence.
Can you accompany me to my community? I want to show you something.
Well, what is
that? You know that if not by the grace of God, herdsmen, my auntie called me, that was last 2 weeks, telling me that the farm has been occupied by herdsmen. They are carrying guns around. I said, what? Are you sure? He said, yes. I traveled down to my community. To my own greatest shock, I saw this.
Why didn't you take a picture of it? You would have taken a picture of it.
Kalada. If you want to take a picture, come, let me take you there. It's not about taking picture. I'm telling you, you want to see evidence, right?
But I can't leave my primary response. Anyways, thank you very much, Osita. You're dragging the conversation. I've got to move on. I lost that other call. This one says Sunday tune from Akpaju. The acquiring of heavy weapons started from Niger Delta militants with the sole aim to kidnap, expatriates, and later extended to all parts of Nigeria. All right, moving on now. 95.1 FM. What's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Man of the people. The Reverend Father himself.
Welcome. Gift from Unigua.
I'm here to receive my blessings.
You're blessed. Can we move on now to the conversation, please?
Canada, frankly speaking, the SSS that we are calling DSS, the Department of Security Services, before this time, these are people that were doing their things on the ground. But as we speak today, because of the government that is in power, everything is all about threat. It is not the people that are threatening, it is the DSS. Just like the question you asked earlier. Why not clamp down on those people that are setting the confusion in this country?
All right.
There's nothing that the SSS that we call DSS today is not aware of. They know everything that is happening in this country, every security issue. They are aware. They can handle it. But because of some certain things, they will not. They are playing politics today. That very statement is uncalled for. If it is only the GSS that I know from day one, my brother, they will storm anywhere and take you by surprise and do the needful. They do what they are doing.
So for you, they're playing politics.
They are playing politics. They are part of they do not want the government in power. But in terms of states, they are even threatening some governors that are not aligning themselves.
All right. In summary, it's politics. Thank you very much, Gift. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gift from Unigua there. And 95.1 FM, what's your name?
Man of the people.
Sounds like Chimize from Rumukrusha.
Yes, the honorable.
All right, welcome then.
I have always heard that action speaks louder than words. And by implication, it means that there are people whose actions are detrimental and destructive to the Nigerian state. And those people have found themselves in the seat of power. They are in authority. So they want people not to express themselves. Why they are using their actions to destroy Nigeria. And they don't want people to talk. The worst part of it is that when they try to bottle the people, when the people will explode, because people will always find a way to ventilate their grievances or express themselves. So when the people will explode, hey, Kalada, well done, sir.
All right, then. Thank you very much, sir. There's no explosion anywhere. 95.1 FM lost that call. Lost that one as well. Keep your calls coming in. 0817-000-0951. All right, let's take this one. Yeah, 95.1 FM. Your name, your location, your contribution.
Canada, this is Lost in calling back. You see, where Nigeria is going these days, when I look at the pages of newspapers and I see the way the people are talking, and I see one ethnic group attacking the other ethnic group. I tell you, I followed the Rwanda story. I followed it very between the Hutus and the Tutsis. It is, yes, it is that and the radio was used more. This radio you see has a lot of power. The radio was even used more. It was in the center of it all. And at the end of the day, genocide started.
Right.
And Rwanda, thank God, they were able to pick themselves up and are making progress.
Right.
That is what they are saying. The rate at which we are going these days is like we want war, we want problem, we want to fight. So every issue, even the government that is in place, this has a life of 4 years. 4 years in the life of a nation is nothing. You can wait for 4 years and get a government out through the ballot.
So you are saying the DSS is right.
Yes.
So if the DSS is right, why are we not? What's the word now? Why are they not clamping? Yeah, why are they not clamping down?
In Nigeria now, you see, let me tell you something. In Nigeria, if you go, there's a way you go and touch somebody. I am telling you, the reaction, you will not like it.
All right.
You will not like, for instance, if you know, let's say Babangida has committed a particular crime, or let's say maybe Obasanjo did something, go and don't forget when the government was threatening to arrest Obasanjo, you see the statement from the Yoruba. You also see the statement from the Niger Delta concerning Jonathan. It's a country where, you understand, you can see when the 5 majors in February 15, 1966 decided to topple the government of the day and killed all of them. Look at it, these 5 majors, they are from a particular ethnic group, and look at it, they killed all the leaders in the north, killed all the leaders in the west, and at the end of the day, they decided to spare all the leaders in the east. Why? Because they are from the east. That's how Nigeria is. So whatever it is you are doing in this country, you have to be careful. It's just like a lecturer. You know that they say lecturer takes something. He's always taking something. Everybody knows that, but nobody is confronting him. Why? Because you may not have that kind of
Lawson, thank you very much. Thank you very much. We've got to go now. Thank you very much there. This one says, Kalada, good day. Please tell DSS to arrest Mieti Yala first and Buhari, the spokesperson who told Benue State Governor to give herdsmen land to avoid death. All right, then. Let's quickly run through the last story for the platform on radio for today. The Senior Staff Association of Nigeria University, SANU, said that it is under pressure to resume its suspended strike after the federal government failed to fulfill its promises at the expiration of the April 30 deadline. Now, SANU claimed the government had yet to commence payment of the consequential adjustments for the new national minimum wage and the allowances encapsulated in the end allowance. The union's president, Mohammed Ibrahim, told newsmen that SANU members were agitated over the delay in implementing the agreement, stressing that the union officials were under pressure to return to the trench. Strike yet again. Strike. We seem to be a people of thunder. Or is it lightning? People of lightning. We strike a lot. We strike. But hey, to more important questions, why do we have a government? And it's not peculiar or is not, how do I put it? Particular with this very government or this very administration. It's a government thing. They make promises and they never fulfill it. They never keep to their words. Why do we have a system of saying something and not doing it or doing something else? I mean, during elections, they make manifestos. They tell us, oh, we will do this, we will do that. And yet again, it has nothing to do with this, not just this administration, I should say. Not just this administration. Every government that has come since 1999, or even if you want to go back to the 80s, the days of Shagari and the other democratic governments, they make promises and they never keep their words. Is it a Nigerian thing to have a government with too many words and no action? I'm wondering, but hey, I'm going to put the phone lines now: 0817 000 0951 and 0810 951 0951. Let's see who we have on the phone lines now. 95.1 FM.
Good evening, my brother.
Yeah, Professor Ekiti, how you doing?
I'm feeling fine. I just late a bit to come to this platform because I have a spine malaria.
All right then.
But the one I see meet, I will see comment on it. My brother, this question you asked is a very good question. So these people, they know this is the only way that they can get it. And we know we are very easy to deceive. So that they will come and make different promises. They will force heaven to grant it. And we will still believe them, say they will still do it after they enter office. No way. They can never see single one promise out of the promise they make. Because the only one that's best for this government is that they make promise that we are going to have 24 hours light. That makes me to dash out my generator up to now. I never buy another one.
Oh my.
I forgive them for my life.
God.
Thank you very much.
Ekiti, the professor, thank you very much for making me laugh there. 95.1 what's your name? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah, this is Honorable Chris Opis. I'm calling from Botoko. Yeah, you cannot even say what is about to come about this administration, and they are, I don't know if I would say, they are now turning around to blame us or to blame me. I don't really understand what is going on.
How have they blamed you, really? I'm trying to understand. Where did they blame you?
Yeah, you started blaming me. That is because of I took call on radio station. That is why they cannot be able to focus. That's why they can't do what they promised us.
I don't think I had such a conversation, really. I don't think I had such a conversation. 95.1 FM, what's your name? Where are you calling in from? Hello? Anybody home?
Hello.
Grandpa, welcome.
Thank you, Canada. Please, I want to say something.
All right.
We are blaming the government, especially at federal level, in everything.
Like I said, not just the government structure, the system. Why do they make promises and not keep it?
Because what I'm saying is that if we are put every one of us on debate, and I hope people can do it one day, bring us on debate, speak set of few of us that are very vocal. Let us come and speak. I know somebody who calls regularly from Bayelsa. He said, when APC won at Bayelsa, people have spoken. People have spoken. When this thing was turned down to PDP, he said APC is no more government. I don't believe in party.
Let's leave let's get what you think about it. There is no time for what other people say.
So what I'm saying finally is that let us look inwards and stop helping those who think we can help.
All right.
Because of the things we are benefiting from them, or things we think we benefit from, which we don't get. At last, we start talking against them when they don't give us. Let us put the right people on the right track. Let us use our PVC very well. It will solve the problem in this country. Thank you.
All right. Everybody seems to be missing out on the question that I'm asking. I'm asking, why do we have a government who promises? And I'm not just talking that, like I said, it's not particular to any administration. Government as a whole, government as a structure. Why do we have governments make promises and not keep their words? 95.1 FM. Jude, welcome.
Yes, Jude from Oruba. See, I want to talk about DSS. At least the time is almost...
Go ahead.
So, you see, DSS, no matter what they witness, anyhow, let them do whatever they want to do. This same thing happening in Libya. Is it Libya or Egypt? Where Gaddafi did everything. Yet, at the end of the day, he was killed. You understand? Time will come when all those people in Asorok, they will run. Time will come when Nigerians will chase them out of Asorok. Right. Yeah, that's what let them continue to, silence everybody, close every radio station. If you say anything, they will go after you. Time will come when all of them will run away from Asorok.
All right, thank you very much there. This is a tweet on my Twitter page, looking at the Court the Eye segment. It says, a tribute to the journalists who have lost their lives in the course of their profession on the issue of MBA Forex, whether it is CBN or EFCC. That is the cause of the problem we are going through since last year, October. I plead with them to settle with the NBA Forex man to save people's lives. All right. I also call on the EFCC, the CBN, whoever is in charge to look into this situation and see how we can come about a wonderful solution for the people who have invested their money. I mean, investment is not bad. We all tell people to invest. Investment is good. It's good for our economy. But hey, make sure that the people's investments are not lost with the wind. This is where we say our goodbyes. Goodbye. You're listening. I'll be back by 8 when I bring you Unraveling. But hey, the platform is always a production of a news department, and today's edition was put together by Chinedu Ibuna. Don't forget, take responsibility, wash your hands on a regular, using soap on the running water. Alternatively, have with you at all times alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Avoid touching your face in eye contact surfaces to prevent the spread of COVID-19. For all of you still calling in, I cannot take your calls, but let's take the conversation to Twitter or Facebook, and let's continue from there. Good evening once again. Good evening. See you at 8.
What is the purpose of government? How important are your rights to you? How satisfied are you with the way the government works? Social Transformation is a show that is geared towards making individuals aware of the different structures of government, the roles they play in the society, and the different ways in which one can participate in the governing process, which is one of the most important rights of citizenship.
Parasites, there are parasitic societies. So in this program, we need to know and be clear whether this our society is a parasitic society.
Because we are voice of the people, and we want everybody's voice and opinions to be heard. Join us every Saturday from
11 to 12.
Social Transformation with Professor Andrew Femini on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
All right, quickly, let's have this conversation. As we have a guest in the studio, we are talking about a financial market analyst, an e-trader, investor, trader, and financial fitness coach. He runs a financial enlightenment empowerment seminar. He also is a chartered market technician associate and holds a level 5 diploma from the London School of Trading in the UK. Let's welcome Petrus Okegbu. Good evening to you.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, Port Harcourt, and I wish everybody happy new month.
Happy new month to you. It's been a while we saw you in the studio. Where did you go?
I always try to create opportunities for people. This is a new month. It's a fresh start, fresh hope, fresh opportunity for anybody who looking for a way to succeed, not to boost their financial income. I'm a financial market analyst. I direct you. If you follow my steps, follow my advice, I direct you where you can go, make profit investment, and be successful this year.
Then. So, what brings you into the studio today? What information do you have for us? Information to say is power. What information do you have for us?
There's this upcoming financial fitness seminar coming up on this Thursday and Friday. It's something that is an event, enlightenment program and empowerment program, which started January, and since then we've been telling us come back. In fact, we had this event here in Port Harcourt 2 weeks ago.
Last month.
And people also brought up say we should come back again. Now, the essence of this program is to opportunity for people who have been looking for way, to make a fresh start, look for a way alternative way of making money. This is an opportunity for them, because what we noticed that this is 2 days ago or yesterday we're celebrating Workers' Day, but actually, if you look at it in a global sense and where economically, what are we celebrating? When your pocket is still dry, what are you celebrating? Yeah, there's life. You still have to celebrate, but the most important thing is this month is a month for reflection, for you to reflect, to understand that listen, whatever you're doing. The economy is going down. The economy is getting worse. You need to create alternative way of making money. And I am here to direct you via this seminar opportunities out there that you can tap into, especially online opportunities. That you can tap into something that have made myself successful, and something that have created alternative way of people to make money and giving people some passive income while still do what they're doing. In Nigeria today, we have a lot of people who always say they don't have money, but these people don't have access to internet. Listen, I was once like these people. Every year I try to say, okay, I'm going to achieve this, I'm going to achieve that, but at the end of the day, there's no strategy. I'm just looking for opportunities to make money. And luckily someone directed me to the opportunity. See, I was amazed when opportunities available online that I have overlooked for years. Man, I've been online for ages. So I've overlooked these opportunities, and once I started tapping into these opportunities, I noticed my finances have started changing. I can do things for myself. It has created a passive income for myself. I don't have to rely.
You're more stable.
I'm more stable. My finances are fit. Somehow getting to better to be fitter.
I like that. But you said something that caught my attention.
Yeah.
A lot of things been catching my attention today, and you said that the people who have attended your seminars have been saying, "Hey, come back, come teach us some more opportunities."
Yes.
What are some of these opportunities that you've been teaching that has been making the people excited and feel good about themselves?
All right. I direct them where they've overlooked, where the opportunities are. There's something about people have money now looking for things are getting bad. A lot of people are looking for what else can I do to make extra money? What else can I put? The little money I have, where else can I put it? Now, basically, there are tons of things you can do. But the most important thing that most things you're thinking about, a lot of them are capital intensive. You can't even start. You can't even invest it without properly planning well. So, but I'm telling them, listen, you can start small. You can look inward. There's a lot of things you can do. You see this phone, you see access to internet. There are opportunities out there online. People were amazed. People are, when we had this lockdown last year, it was an eye-opener for everybody to see that, listen, you can do something online. All the businesses that never had online strategies fell. They collapsed. Only those that have online are surviving. So this is something I'm telling you. There are opportunities out there, especially in the financial market, e-trading business. Now, there are a lot of people out there who have been looking for opportunities. Okay, I want to trade currency. I want to trade gold. I want to trade crude oil. But don't think that the only time they can go into gold or crude oil, maybe for gold, you need to have physical gold. Crude oil, you need to have one or your farm tank. Or
for everything you have to do is physical. Some of them think that way.
That thing is physical. You have to go physical to do that. But what they don't know is that, listen, I can actually trade gold without physically owning gold. I need to go. What I'm going to do is connect to the global platform in the financial market, trade this gold on a platform, and I'm making money from it. In fact, what you're trading in the trading business is the price value of those assets, not physically having that assets. And this has given a lot of people money. The Western world today, some of the countries there have been on lockdown. This is how they've been surviving. I've been preaching about this, and people are still whining. And one thing about this is that the same amount of time, some of energy you put in doing selfies, doing Google, WhatsApp status, checking it every 5 minutes. Let me just tell you, meet average Nigerian, how much time you spend doing WhatsApp status, you'll be amazed the kind of time I'm going to tell you. So spend 4 hours doing WhatsApp status overall. So when you put these 4 hours online, trying to go into e-trading business, I'm telling you, there's no how you can make $1 that will not change your life. Small, you can grow.
Should everybody, or can everybody, do this e-trading that you've mentioned?
Anybody can do it. As long as you're from 18 years and above, you can do this e-trading business. What matters is for you to understand that, listen, you need to create alternative ways of making money. If you understand how this economy is, if you understand what is going on in this country, that even that your job that you think is secure, that every morning you go to, you come back, your salary has been static. You need to move up. I don't know the kind of life you plan for yourself, but my kind of life I plan for myself is I need to give my children sound education. I need to make more money. So for me I need to go on vacation. I need to buy quality cars, live in a good house. For me to do that, I require alternative ways of making money. And which is e-trading, something that I know that is at my own convenience. I'm doing it. I'm not spending. I'm not going to rent a shop. I'm using the same phone. I have data to make money. So everybody can attend this. If you understand what is going on in the country, be you a civil servant who have been any salary, a corporate worker, a banker, listen to me now, you AOP, listen to me, a market woman, an entrepreneur, a graduate, a youth corporate that's just leaving school. People don't know that to look for job is quite expensive. You need money to look for job. So anybody can do this e-trading. It doesn't require anything. What it requires is just a bit of background knowledge, basic knowledge to know what assets to trade, when to trade, how to buy, how to sell, and how to make profit, how to manage your risk, how to manage your losses. These are the basic things that you require to start. Listen, last year, and somebody attended my seminar from Port Harcourt here, he's a photographer. And all throughout December, when he attended my seminar, he told Mr. Petrus, I don't know how to do computer. I said, that's not a problem. As long as you know how to power computer, I will teach you. Do you know what happened? December last year, he never got contract for photography.
Photography, yeah.
Now, how he survived was because he traded in e-business. That was what kept his family going to December. So imagine where if he had not didn't think about that alternative way of making money, what would have happened? They would have gone hungry. So it's a basic thing that you need to start thinking outside the box. Don't rely on government. They are doing their own. Wake up and do something new for yourself.
Now, a lot of people are out there saying, "Oh, this sounds very good. Sounds too good to be true." As a matter of fact, but hey, we're skeptical because we've done business with financial companies and investment companies and trading companies, and we ended up in the dust.
Yes.
So why should they do business with you?
All right. First of all, the company I work for, FXTM.
Yeah.
Now, FXTM is an online regulated brokerage firm. First of all, regulated, and you can check it on our site. We've been in business since 2011. Our own major priority is about transparency, about providing the knowledge. Listen, every time I go on air, I get this kind of question. People have been scammed. People coming on air telling you about how rosy the business is. Come on, putting money here. You're paying 20% every day, every month. It doesn't work that way. There's no business that works that way. Listen. This e-trading business is as risky as every other business.
Interesting.
If you don't understand what you need to do, follow the possible strategies, you will get your fingers burnt. But people come on air, they will not tell you that. They're just after your money. They just tell, hey, come and give me money. I'm going to do this. That is not what we preach. Listen, these guys are people are spoiling business for me because you need to tell people how it is. There is no business that doesn't have its own risk, just like life. So anybody coming on air telling you, hey, forget about the race, I'll give you money, be profitable, go and liquid. There's no business that's all about profit. There are losses. So that's why you need to have some basic background knowledge. So you understand when somebody's cheating you, when somebody's going to scam you. Now, on that day, the seminar is, I'm going to say, it's absolutely free. No, you're not paying anything. That is the key. You are coming to learn. You're going to know the facts and the fiction about financial market.
To get the knowledge.
You're going to get the knowledge about this business. How can I do this business? I've heard so much about this e-trading. What should I do? This is the right time. This is you call this year a workers' month. It is a month to take action. In a month to come up from that comfortability that is okay. Come on, take action. Think about your children. Think about how expensive things are. If you don't prepare for them, who's going to do that? You need to create an alternative way of making money to make sure you give them that desired life. That's what I'm talking. So don't listen to people coming on air to tell you, hey, trading about investment, come and put in money here, I'll give 20%. No, even if you want to go that route, but at least come and get the basic knowledge so you know the right questions to ask. They'll talk about the risk. People don't tell you risk about on air. Because there are risks involved in e-trading. You got to get that.
All right, now, so I know the difference now, the risk management and giving the people the requisite knowledge.
Yes.
But let's get to the seminar proper now. Okay. Where will the seminar hold? How do they contact you? What is the deal?
All right, the seminar is a 2-day event. All right, coming up this Thursday, the 6th of October, 6th of May, and on Friday, the 7th of May. Now, for the 6th of May, the venue is going to take place, the program is going to take place at River State ICT Center, which is opposite Pleasure Park.
All right.
By Expressway. It's a popular route, the popular place, opposite Pleasure Park. And also on Friday, it's going to take place at FXTM Center, which is at 8687 Olobasanjo Road, opposite FCMB Bank. Time for both days, 10 a.m. Now, listen, I said this program is a free event. Now, if you want to participate in this program, all I need to do, choose a day that's most convenient for you. If you have been looking for opportunity to know about the e-trading currency, know about trading about in the financial market, trading of gold, trading of crude oil, or trading of other commodities. You've been thinking about it. This is an opportunity to get the first-class knowledge free of charge. All I need to do, choose a day that is most convenient for you. If you want to attend the Thursday event, type PH1, Port Harcourt 1, and send us an SMS to this number, 080 955 32211. I repeat, for Thursday event holding at River State IT Center, opposite Pleasure Park, Aba Expressway. Text PH1 and send us an SMS to 080-955-32211. Then if you feel that because you're going to be engaged on Friday, Thursday, that you want to attend on Friday, text PH2 to and send an SMS to the same number 080-955-32211. Now remember, when I started, I said this program is about also an empowerment program. Now pay attention, because I'm not going to teach you how to make more opportunities available in the e-trading market. I'm also going to teach you how to make money exposed to various risks. Now listen to me. The first 50 people, just 50, the first 50 people to text PH1 to attend the event on Thursday, or PH2 to attend the event on Friday, to this number, an SMS to this number 080-955-32211 and be among the first 50 I'm going to see in the hall. Now I'm going to give them free $10 trading voucher. Repeat, free $10 trading voucher. What it means is that I'm going to teach you how to make money. I'm also going to empower the first 50 with free $10 trading voucher to test this business, to see how lucrative this business is. Now, this is what I call a total bonanza. Free knowledge, free empowerment, free access to e-trading business for you to grow your business. Pick up your phone now. Tuesday, that is most convenience for you. For Thursday, this Thursday, 6th of May, text PH1. For Friday, text PH2. And send us an SMS to 080-955-32211. Repeat, 080-955-32211. Daytime is 10 a.m. both days.
Your final words, Mr. Precious.
Now, listen, the final word, just simple. Listen, you've been trying a lot of things. You've invested in so many places, and maybe business have failed, or you've tried so many things. Now, you don't depend on governments. Don't blame people. Don't rely on anybody. Don't procrastinate. Take the boom by the horn. Try something new. On that day, you was a free event. If you walk in, you don't like what you're hearing, you are free to walk out. You have nothing to pay. Thank you, and police. Just take the action, and I promise you, your finances shall be fit this year.
All right, thank you very much for that information. You stay tuned to Today 95.1 FM.
Get out from my way, idiot. Madam, let me have my food, please. Oh boy, now wow. Let me have my food. Oh boy, this food sweet, don't be small, no.
This now one booker where they like to go. The food sweet saute, it go make your mind blow. Day and night, Iyabas, Ashidua, I don't know. The thing say na just, my brother no be so.
People make una call me, oh. Iyabasira, he don't just me, oh. Everybody help save me, oh. I know this a bitch up, I say my mother or my girlfriends. People make una call me, oh. Iyabasira, he go kill me, oh. Everybody help save me, oh. I know this a bitch up, I say my mother or my girlfriend's food.
Long truth, na food go kill you, not be so.
I say na food go kill you. Oga me not be so. Waiting day, be say, it get one day where I say I go play, go see my party Sunday. Now so I reach there, but Sunday he don't high on beer. Luckily for me, it you know brother, I declare. He said make we stroll to the area. Little did I know that I was strolling to my burial. Right there where Osho the bus the load was a little booker close to the main road. I laugh when he passed the door. He tell me say the name na Iyabas for short, but about when he order, he will see at the wa. Error, get water, not even mineral. I come green say I go manage to chop am before I realize I the other second round, third round, fourth round, I never still stop. Waiting Iyabasira, he give me chop. People make una call me, oh. Iyabasira, he don't just me, oh. Everybody help save me, oh. I know this a bitch up, I say my mother or my girlfriends. People make una call me, oh. Iyabasira, he go kill me, oh. Everybody help save me, oh. I know this a bitch up, I get my mother or my girlfriend's food.
Long truth, na food go kill you. Not be so.
I know.
Na food go kill you.
Ogami, you think say na play when I say that the way we are there.
Waiting do I?
You know they okay. Waiting be your own advice. I don't dey steal my body money to buy Iyabasira rice. Even on my girlfriend birthday, where she dey wait, make I take am to Ocean View. No when wanna pass the place. The only thing with them, my mind, I basira pa mo SG. Kilo, shelle. Me, I never see this kind you do, tele. All those people we go vex, belle, better here say, basira. I sure say still, I go there, go sit down. Order my first round, move to second round, third round, fourth round. I know they ever stop. Waiting, basira. Don't give me chop, okay? People, make una come here. Basira, you don't just me. Everybody help save me. I know this I be chop, but I'm not all my girlfriends. People, make una come here. Basira, you go kill me. Everybody help save me.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the Swagger House of Assembly, Mrs. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all the honorable cabinets, observing all protocols, I hereby ask for us, the Honorable House, to be upstanding while we welcome our Speaker, the one and only Right Honorable Foni Udeme Alphonsus Mfonabong Edit Etim Akpanokon Afiawo Obangawo Okbasangawo Utom as she gives her opening speech. Thank you. All protocols duly observed. It is with Escalante Epalatevu that I summon us to this honorable abode that we by accept and accept the political infringement, both federal and state-wise. It is with no impediment that I urge us to look deeper into the cacophony, disrepute, bigamy, idiosyncrasy, carbonated obsidious approach of the state and its rulers. I would like us to tentatively conglomerate the hazardous nebuquity and intoxicate our claims in order to achieve our targeted, temerated terrain. With this opening conglomerate of our political Bakbawanga, I hereby open the floor of this honorable house for political and honorable discussions. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to take over. It is time. I don't know what it is you are taking over, but if you cannot take over difficulty and poverty, that means poverty go take over you be right now. So you get to take over right now. They say chop life, make life no chop you. I want to welcome everybody. This is the Swaggers of Assembly, and this is our Monday political issue with a discussion every Monday with a discussion politics. And I want everybody to sit down. That was a welcome speech by Mrs. Udoyete Udofia. That is my secretary for a Swaggers of Assembly. I want to welcome everybody, and I'm here as your right honorable speaker. Funny would me a first to bangere that man panakona fiabo abango uto maybe get telephone after the utom di swagger baby. The honorable minister for after and you kifty pretty the golden carinto honorable. We get the telephone him after the swagger name where you go write down. Put your first of it twice. Be a useless usefully. And after I'm going to introduction my deputy. My sister take over. Yes. I want everybody to settle down. I am here with my deputy. You know, wherever the speaker go, the deputy must follow worship the speaker. So I'm here with my deputy. Deputy.
Yes, so
I want you to tell the Swaggers of Assembly that we are present right now.
All right, we are presently present. My exquisite honorable members of this Swagger House of Assembly. I hereby introduce myself as the honorable deputy speaker of this wonderful house. Okay, it's Honorable Sevik Toku and Honorable Radio Boy. Anyone you call me, I'm here. And I want to tell my speaker that we are all present. Everybody is fully around and the members are seated. So, speaker, you are to proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Now the first minute reading. That before we finish, this is a song by Pastor Dengi, the Bodemi One Master. That is my pastor. People of Oracle, let us listen to the first minute reading.
Confirm.
First minute reading here say I have approved Abba. No, let me start from here. From here. I have approved Abba from what I made in 2015. Ikpeasu. I didn't talk that one. Okay. Now let us read it down. Abia State Governor Dr. Okesie Ikpeasu has said he has improved the city of Abba. This is not today news. So from the poor state of infrastructure, he made on ground when he assumption office in 2015. It is crucial that most of the roads were abandoned for over 20 years as trees started growing in them, while others were regularly flooded throughout the year with water don't flow everywhere. According to him, the flood water has been sitting on the road for over 15 years. On our way there for Abamon, bear witness with this man for over 15 years, and he had to adopt cement pavement technology to the road with drainages on both sides to insurance durability. Ikpeasu, who stated this while addressing members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors (NGE), who toured project sites of his administration in Aba, explained that he was greeted in office with issues of security and bad road, which led to investors taking fright from the city. He, however, stated that he was focused on building roads leading to market and other economic centers to boost small and medium-scale enterprises, oil and gas, and agro-based industries in the state. In the governor further statement speech, he said that for the first time in the 30 years, he opened up Fox Road, now Sam Mbakwe Road, leading to the Ariaria International Market from Brass Junction to the Enugu Parakot Expressway. In his word in 2015, we started our journey to Government House Umuahia and thought about how best we could improve the life of Abia people. We came with a need to support trade and commerce, small-scale manufacturing, oil and gas, agriculture, education, and those other sectors our people have comparative advantage in. At that time, we had issues of insecurity and poor infrastructure. This was no road. There was no road in Aba. I once tried at that time. Okay, no road in Aba. I once tried to get to Ikodekpene in Akwa Ibom State, and it took me 5 hours to KDA. Not usually beyond 1 hour on a normal day. So I knew that Aba was gradually ebbing away. What is the ebbing? You're going to tell me, Deputy Speaker. That is the first minute reading. Second minute reading here, he say yeah. Okay, when we go for the short market, we will look at market no if they safe. Federal government plans to expand Empower program to 1 million person. Hell, you see, I'm saying our federal government they work. That's why I call you last night. Now they put it tell you. The federal government says it will expand the Empower program from the present 500,000 beneficiaries to 1 million. Now today, what this thing happen? President Muhammadu Buhari said this in a message to commemorate the 2021 Workers' Day celebration on Saturday in Ipoya. The news agency of Nigeria, NAN, it no be milk, nan, just nan, report that in 2021 Workers' Day theme is what? COVID-19. Social and economic crisis challenge for recent work, social protection, and people's welfare. Buhari said that the expansion that the end of the Empower program would ensure sitting down deputy. The first one now this thing. Second one, a cushion. You're going to tell the house what it means, so I don't tell you now. No disgrace me. To cushion the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, I don't know what I read out for you, make you understand. Now make it my deputy, you get work to do. We also have in place some socio-economic policies which also include conditional cash transfer for the vulnerable poor from 2.6 million households, 13 million persons to 7.6 million households, about 32 million persons in the country. COVID-19 rapid response register RRR from urban poor, which now has 4.8 million households, 20 million persons, which also include urban poor stroke working class people. Also, through the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, there is the Entrepreneur Support Program, and this even include the vulnerable workers among the poor urban. We also have the artisan support for payroll support fund for small-scale business formalization aimed at encouraging micro, small, and medium enterprise. While that man they sleep, deputy, wake him up by offering free register for upcoming business by the corporate affairs. Wake that man,
He don't wake up. He don't wake up.
Okay, in short, the mattress long, man did the third one, They had a 9th Senate we achieved restructuring, Senate Folarin Teslim, APC Oyo Central, has said that the 9th Senate would achieve, this is not too, would achieve restructuring by expunging. What is expunging? Write it down. Expunging exclusive list from the Constitution of Arau, listen, from the Constitution to, when I don't know, this is something, wait, deputy, do your work. Listen, from the Constitution to allow the devolution of powers. Addressing newsmen on Sunday during a Ramadan lecture in Ibadan, Folarin said that the devolution of powers would allow states to develop at their own pace. The news agency of Parakot, NAN, reports that Folarin, a former Senate leader, is member of the Constitution Amendment Committee at the Red Chamber. I belong to the Restructuring School of Thought, and thankfully, I am a member of the Constitution Amendment Committee. What we need to do is to restructure. There is something in the Constitution that is called exclusive list. We need to get rid of that. once we get rid of the exclusive list, we are home and dry. What it means is that every state will have to develop at its own pace, and you will then begin to hold our leaders accountable. In short, Deputy,
need to drink water.
let me drink water.
Need to drink water.
Yangdi. Yes, in short, everything I've read here, everybody have understood. I cannot sweat more than this. See me at the sweat under age. 0817000951. 081795100951. WhatsApp and text message, send it twice to 0701933962. Say that Abasimi kick by young. Which kind of nonsense be that one? See, tell them what that woman did.
Not be even.
Don't try that nonsense. What is wrong with you?
Not be she they even they sleep. You know they say kitty where they sleep for them.
I see as a kitty spirit.
After you don't waka. Widows has finished. You go call your call they sleep.
Deputy, what is your job? Use your tongue, lick that spit, make him wake up.
No.
Kana Moscow.
Yeah, I go just use anchor. I go. Wow.
Kana Moscow. You know right now the Kana Moscow don't share them. I'll give you your own passion. If it doesn't obedience me now.
I don't.
So it speed the smell. Don't see the
I don't clean them.
You don't clean them. Then power of Kana Moscow. Let us speak up. Over and out. Hello. Everybody get 1 minute to time. No, they could evening.
Now your English they make me sleep for hours.
Professor, you don't wake up.
No.
See, they put it 2 Ghana Moscow for you.
I thought it's a wake up.
Yes.
A wake up.
Which kind English way you be speak? Say what be the meaning of because I write down that. What be the meaning of ombulomoreti?
Ask him. Deputy, do your young.
You know sabi that rombo lombo. They sing them. You never hear that before. Ombolo.
Go keep her for this university for this your English way. I don't know why you go your own school there.
So Deputy, you are here.
No, I'm not here.
Insulting your lead speaker.
I'm not here. You know the insult.
Kana Moscow.
Our speaker the disgrace of my English.
Deputy, Kana Moscow.
Honorable Ekiti.
Talk to him now, I thank you.
Please, you have to bring away from that yearnings, please. My salary you never pay me. No carry and play. For peace. You are continue.
You know when our president thought to keep today, I just laugh. Say whether 1 million benefit. For benefit, but we know Nigeria get the now. Nobody know what Nigeria go we will carry now. Because the last year 2014, when they promised us city, say 24 hours. I never for my life, I no go even believe any one of them. So they say I don't tell them I carry my generator go that moment. I won't collect my generator back now. The man no give me again.
Now the area where you go park, where you stay, that be the problem. You go there for room making inside. How you want to get light?
I want to take it out and get better.
Go stay for GRA.
Just
now.
now.
Get light. Transformer, those areas go get light.
No, be them promise us to get light.
They no promise room making.
Say the name, say
room making, no there for the promise.
Room making na USA, abi no be Nigeria, abi.
Okay, no problem. See, Ekiti, me because people they are call. No say time, no they again. Thank you, Honorable Ekiti. Okay, thank you, my honorable.
Now light, you can't complain.
Yes, no mind. I will go impeach him. Hello, this Honorable Fanu Udeme, Swaggers of Assembly. Yes, offer and what is your name?
Honorable Speaker, permit me to say my name, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, talk to me.
That I am in pain, Honorable Speaker.
What is it now? Which hands they bite you?
Who paying you?
Honorable Speaker, my name is Honorable Osita, representing Aba constituency under the state.
Oh, the constituency we are talking about, yes. Your governor has done well.
Your governor have do well. He say you don't improve.
Now so you talk.
Honorable Speaker,
yes.
I rise on this honorable chamber to speak on the national importance that is bothering this country.
Fire down.
I make sure you look time. There's no time. Fire down now.
Fire down. What's this all?
Honorable Speaker, it is very pathetic that we find ourselves in a country where promises upon promises.
Mm-hmm.
Honorable Speaker,
Speaker, you accuse me that this policy of a program called Empower that has been reintroduced once again by this present government, it is not only an aberration, but an anathema to the people of this country.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, you also accept and
atama I hear for this grammar. You say atama to the society. So atama soup
don't follow for the empower. They don't empower atama.
Atama.
Yes. Honorable Speaker.
Go ahead.
We don't do any more policies. How can you promise empower which is 30,000 naira, and when I take 30,000 naira to the market, I won't able to buy any food?
Okay. Time no day. Yes.
You have accused me that there's no light in this country. Instead, the NEPA, whatever the tariff has been increased. Are you aware?
We could check.
How can I use that 30,000 for that empower to go to pay NEPA bill?
Okay, no problem.
Not what they tell you.
To work on the insecurity covering this country so that the food will be many.
Okay. Thank you. Over and out. Reputi. You see, at this young, let us call the phone number again.
Okay.
So that we can wipe away like the blood of Jesus with waiting this grammar with them because atama.
Atama. I hear many things.
Return the inside.
Even some things when he no saying call.
In talk am say 0817 00951 0810 9510 WhatsApp and text message 070 1933 9962. Over and out. Hello, Honorable Fanny Udeme, Swaggers of Assembly.
My speaker, Udeme.
Yes, which constituency are you calling from and what is your name?
Oh, this is Honorable Stephen Doka calling from Emoha local government, precisely in Romeo community.
Okay, you're very welcome. Talk to us. Have you greet my deputy where they
yeah, greet me. You go outside though.
Oh, my deputy in the house.
Yes,
I greet you.
Honorable, you are welcome. Are you holding your staff of office?
Yes, but you don't the rust. That side where don't the rust in the hide them.
You need to change it before we impeach you.
We're going to impeach you now.
Which of the matter we will be discussing now? Which matter?
So
you come late. You come late.
I think come the sleep.
Okay.
You come the sleep. In short, for this thing, go and wash toilet. Go and wash toilet.
My speaker. My speaker. Eat
Don't worry, I will say it again,
Okay, I beg, come back.
Okay, I will try to tell you, over and out.
Okay, I will come back.
Okay, over and out. Okay, people are for people don't they call the people this. I say I'm saying people where they verify ranks.
People are like,
they like this matter.
They get problem.
Hello. So I got of assembly. This is funny with the honorable funny with the and honorable Sefi. Who does that talk to?
You the right bike?
You be a kind man. You the right bike. Say. Customer don't plenty way. You know they hear him safe. I mean, you know they hear her safe.
Her safe.
So the hustle there, hello. And yeah, okay, we're not seeing half time. Let me call you this message in WhatsApp number 070-1933-9962. In case you try to call, not a call, you can send it to the Swagger line. 070-1933-9962. That is our WhatsApp and text message. In our text message, you send it there. Then to call the phone number and put mark 0817 0000951 0810 951 Over and out. We are discussing 3 topics this evening. Me and my deputy, we sit down here. We are listening to the Swaggers of Assembly. Talk to us. Tell us what you feel about. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, good evening.
The Honorable Speaker of the House.
I greet you.
This is Honorable Omini representing Cross River State West constituency.
Oh, you're very welcome. I greet my deputy.
We never confine you. You never greet me.
Yeah, I greet my deputy.
My deputy in the house.
See. Next time when you call, honorable. Next time when you call, you join the two together. My speaker and
my deputy speaker.
No, you go stay outside. Talk your talk.
And my deputy go. Ghana must go. You know, go reach you.
No, reach you. Ghana must go this morning.
My honorable and Mr. Speaker, I am in pain.
now. What's in the bed? Go take pay relief now.
Because this APC promised us that every youth will be receiving 5,000 naira.
You see the weight?
Relief and now. You don't want to wait for restaurant.
We have not received every 5,000 naira.
Okay. So what do you expect now?
It's just like what the first caller said. The Nigerian is pregnant. We don't know what
they don't born, no.
And they're there for maternity leave now.
Something now, you never know say you don't born.
In our for you, and you say you're there for Swaggers of Assembly.
What do Nigeria born? What do they born?
The expectation what you wait for.
Now
so
you don't born now.
Let me say they never give you 5,000 naira.
You know if you get credit. See, my deputy, I will tell Chacha my PA to send you the money.
Okay.
Then you transfer for the charge card.
For that guy. For that honorable.
Like 100 naira recharge card. Don't do them.
More your help.
More help. 100 naira recharge card.
Just send us your account number.
Exactly. Thank you. That is why I said that Canada must go. I go triple down for you.
Send us your account number.
Because you are doing well.
Let's help you.
Yeah, let's help you with the cash card.
So that you can know say the country they don't born.
They don't born. They maternity leave now. Okay, now in case you just the join Swaggers of Assembly, you know say every morning na politics we talk about, Tuesday na family crisis, Wednesday na health, Friday na TEIF with the party they wear our promotion and team by then they come to party. But today na political something. It's a political. You understand me? So now we are going to be a Calitoisis referendum about what we are discussing is if you shut the deputy, Kana must go.
No,
if you tell me say my grammar no correct, I will sack you.
No, who am I?
Kana must go.
Who am I?
So the Calitoisis referendum have to be read again.
It's a referendum.
Thank you. And now the first minute reading, I have improved ABBA from what I made in 2015. Governor Ikpiasu, now talk that one.
A referendum.
The referendum. Then second minute reading. Federal government plans to expand N-Power program to 1 million person. Then the third minute reading here, he say here that how 9th Senate will achieve restructuring. Senator Folarin, now talk that one. So let me call the phone number again: 0817-0000951, 0810-951-0951. WhatsApp and text me SS. Send it twice to 070-1933-9962. But I beg, when you call, greet me. Right Honorable Fonny Ureme, I am the speaker. Then right Honorable Sefik, Deputy Speaker. You understand me? Greet me, my deputy. Then you will tell us your name and you say I am Honorable this and that from this constituency. That is how we operation here every Monday. This is me, over and out. Then after what? 1 minute on the dot. Time, Ibaga. This is it. Let me pick call. Does we have we have a call from the Swagger House. Hello?
Hello, Honorable Jose.
This is me. You are very welcome. Wait first. You never tell me where they come from. I never greet my deputy speaker. What I will impeach you now.
Honorable Hart now.
Now you get hard to. Honorable, you get hard to.
Hey, good man.
The non-assembly senator says they will achieve the sorting for their tenure. Just say Nigeria is very, very rough, very scattered.
Who's scattered?
You don't have power supply. There is insecurity. Our head is not in order. Our education is not in order.
Head.
So wait.
Our head is not
your
in order.
head, I mean your health not in order. Which one they do you?
I mean Nigeria.
Okay, Nigeria head.
Their head not in order.
No, but not Nigeria where you there.
I'm shocked when you say our head is not in order. My head is in order.
For me, before they will restructure this country, let us have
one head.
Power supply all over the nation, constant 24 hours.
Okay, now light they want to restructure the country.
Now.
Made a
you know school.
Made a sea road.
Let us make sure that our security in this country is tight.
Is what?
And also make our head compared to international, our education compared to international, so that things will move well in this country.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Hart.
He get hurt.
He can get hurt.
For all this talk, what you talk.
Yes, I'm telling you. We're going to this message for you.
And before I go read what today, here, I like make Honorable Hart submit 2 of his sons. May they go join, one go join army, one go join police. Because he said he want make the security tight. And they find people.
Honorable Hart na handsome man.
They find people.
All in children and women them.
And so make it go.
Now women and children them be. You know, in then women and then find way. Now you about children.
So which person children won't go die?
Like if the children go cause join security now. Okay, it's where they sleep. They sleep when we hospital.
Local vigilance.
More the fire this message.
All right, for this year, your PA, he does send the message come. He say, good evening, Honorable Udems and Deputy. I go soon bomb this assembly with hot poom. If Honorable no pay me my workers' day salary, Honorable, they say me you pay. He got talk say Governor Ikpe Azu, he don't tell us how he be and how in pocket carry him do. Say in fact the man no go fit kill himself for our bad people. He say fine, according to him that one are inside. And as for Empower, he say that one self na good one. Say but him when be Shasha your PA say in the vest. Say he won't go on strike. Say if you see wetin one slay mama do me for inside bus today, say she just open her shoe, remove her leg, come say the order for inside the bus can't change. Order pass order. If you been pay me my workers' day salary, I for them buy nose mask. My name na Shasha, your PA.
Very nonsense PA.
Say your PA they got disgrace for public. This kind PA.
Can I Moscow? If you talk anyhow to me, they
I never have talk. And they tell you I want deal with her for you.
Deal with that, can I Moscow?
I'll deal with him.
Yes.
All right, this was a good evening, Honorable Udeme and Deputy Speaker. This is a diplomatic Niger data man. I am in pains. I cannot talk anything for now. I am in pains. Oga, go hospital. You are in pain. Yeah, now Swagger House of Assembly. Yeah, not be pharmacist. Yeah, not be hospital. Yeah, not be clinic. You are in pains. Go and solve your problem. You cannot talk anything for now, and you are talking, and you are in pains.
I the right test.
In the right test.
In the right test. Say them pim.
All right, since you cannot say anything for now, we only hear people that are saying things.
Yes.
If not, tell me send your account details. You know, even the pain what you get, you don't know your pain.
Even if you don't have one, even have one person say, but in the network they bad.
Yeah.
You know that person now we want to send 100 million naira, but network is very.
It's very bad.
It's a worse. So
it's not going.
I didn't even say you talk say na lie, they lie. You not gonna Moscow.
I'm mad. You are mine. Everything you say not true.
Just try me, Ero.
Why these people are mocking my governor now? I'm in pain.
They mock your governor.
Say.
Why are they mocking my governor?
Okay, so what thing happen? More because another person call first, then I will get back to you, Ekiti, because you don't talk before. So another person go put mouth. Ekiti, now Ekiti, no sleep, wake up, don't they call Ero?
Oh damn.
No. Right, Honorable Funny, they may not insult my aggrandizement.
Who be this person, sir?
Is it right? I mean, left Honorable, I mean, right.
Anyone, just
put
right.
Right or middle, anyone, just put Honorable there.
Now, right.
In your camera, Moscow.
Okay, right. Honorable.
Over and out.
You know, sweet for your mouth in the laugh.
In the laughter.
No, in walk.
Who be that?
The deputy.
The deputy?
No, they cover you very well.
I know they cover her Abi rapper. When I won't cover her.
Na roof.
Na duve. So now you won't cover her now.
No, they defend you very well.
Okay, defender of the helpless. I defend you.
I'm telling you.
I can't defend you.
By next week, you don't come out.
The commoter.
You said the way you talk, I'm saying by next week you don't come out.
With all this Ghana must go where they see. I goes nowhere. Okay, we die here.
It goes nowhere.
And move less.
I believe that you can't expose the honorable.
No, we'll deal with that exposure. We'll deal with that person.
It's a political referendum.
You know, he's the sack himself. You know.
That Jajabi.
He don't sack
I don't
himself.
sack him now.
I ain't sack himself.
He don't sack.
Oh yeah, now I don't go. Now Procure go do.
Now see, Mark tell you. You see this man wake on now. This honorable. Now honor. Honorable no even they. In they find way to collect that cha post. And this might be a cha and a very nonsense person. Now make now you see I'm person that wants to you get any test for the mo and tap phone call. Okay, make one tap phone call. Hello.
Good evening, Honorable Speaker.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, my deputy.
Yes, so our honorable.
One can must go for them because in great way.
Honorable Emmanuel, from Port Harcourt, representing the good people of Roma.
Confirm.
I hear you are doing very well. No worry, we will send you something, eh?
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Let me keep to time.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. It is regrettably lugubrious.
Confirm.
Following the reading that the Honorable Speaker has made the House, the governor of Ada State said he has elevated to what he was 15 years or to 2015. Mr. Speaker, if the people of Abia is not calling, I think I'm passing through that route. It is sardonic. It is despicable. It is inhuman. For a public officer, for a governor, with all immunity, with all due respect, to come and say such frivolous hallucination. I think with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, ought to be withdrawn.
Shama.
Mr. Speaker, the second reading,